Cassidy, the AEW All-Atlantic Champion, I'm issuing an open challenge to the entire AEW men's locker room. Oh, wait a minute. This is QT Marshall, the leader of the factory. And I just want to inform you all that I will be accepting the open challenge to Kassidy's AEW All-Atlantic Championship. Okay. Well, I gotta warn you, QT Marshall, you may end up getting your ass beat. And I'm gonna end up delivering the orange punch to your face to end the match and still be the new AEW All-Atlantic Champion. Oh, shut up. Shut your crap. Shut your freaking trap. Shouldn't you be challenging me? Anthony Ogogo? Should you be challenging me for the AEW All-Atlantic Champion? Sure. Me versus you next week on Rampage, Mr. Anthony Ogogo. Except for you can't do the Ric Flair dance.
I've got balls of steel.
Ring, 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 banana phone. Ring. Boom, headshot.
Let me take our lives.
Whoa, what happened to my dog, man? Oh my God. Somebody killed my pet, man. Oh my God.
Burn to infinity and beyond.
No. What happened to my favorite character on the Power Rangers movie, man? What happened, man? What happened? I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you what happened with that match between Braun Strowman and Jinder Mahal. Oh, whoa. I don't want to run into that. Oh my goodness, man. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Darth Vader, it's giant Darth Vader taking over the city. He's destroying the entire city, man. Oh my God, man. Oh my God. I'm gonna use my Kamehameha to destroy Darth Vader in my Super Saiyan Blue form. Oh wait. Oh, shut the hell up! What the fuck? What the? What is this? I didn't ask for that.
EA Sports.
Jimmy, turn it to something else, damn it! Stewie, why did you push that? Oh, come on. You too, Mario? Are you kidding me? Cut the shit! This is a SmackDown Rampage. No, not you two, man. Get out of here. Get off of my screen.
Coco Pod.
Oh, hell no.
Finish him.
Hey, I I'm liking this. I gotta freaking oh man, this is awesome, dude. Man, what a way to kick off professional wrestling, right? Get this shit off my screen. Nobody asked for this. Definitely not that. That's Jinder Mahal and Braun Strowman right there. Garbage. That's Braun Strowman right there, man. Strowman Express! Strowman Express! Alright! This Strowman right here. This is really Strowman right here, dude. That's Strowman right there, man. That's Omos right there. No, that's Omos right there, dude. Look at him. That's Omos. He's a piece of shit. He sucks. Get him off television, man. Oh, man. Get him off TV. I'm just joking, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm IWN. Oh, man. I'm just trying to make everybody laugh here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm IWN. This is your SmackDown and AEW Rampage, December the 3rd, 2022 review. If you guys are new to the channel, man, hit that subscribe button. And please, hit that thumbs up. Let's get a lot of likes on the stream minimum for today's review. Thank you guys for joining live chats. I'm also going to be giving you guys, we got a whole, and speaking of news, oh my God. We got a whole bunch of WWE and AEW Saturday night news to go over from Thursday, Friday, and today. We got Thursday, Friday, and today's news to go over, man. This is going to be the longest stream on the channel. I'm trying not to make it long. Again, if you guys are new, hit that subscribe button. Hit the thumbs up on the stream. Let's get a lot of likes on the stream minimum. No excuses. No complaints. I hope you guys are having a good weekend, man. I really do. I know I am. After finding out that SmackDown will be coming back to Channel 46. Yes, folks. SmackDown will be airing back on Channel 46 on the WJZY Charlotte, North Carolina, Fox 46 channel on DirecTV. Oh man, I can't wait for next week's SmackDown, man, so I can be live for your SmackDown AEW Rampage watch along. That way we can all watch SmackDown episode 50 together and then watch Rampage episode 49. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. Anyways, guys, we're going to go ahead and get right into the SmackDown review. We're going to start with SmackDown first. And then I'm going to review Rampage for you guys. Go over what all went down and give you all my SmackDown and Rampage. And then I'm going to give you guys your AEW news because I got a lot of things. I got a lot to say about most of the news that I'm going to be giving out. I'm going to be giving you guys my thoughts on some news I give out as well. It's going to be a very, very good review. This is going to be a very, very good stream. It's going to be the longest streams on the channel. So, hopefully more people will come in. They'll listen. Or more people will come in. Hopefully nobody gets bored. Like some people hating and shitting on me and my channel, dude. My channel doesn't suck. Let me tell you something. I put dedication into my channel, and you could tell by the views that I've gotten, especially the views that I've gotten on my Homicide Hunter live stream watch along. Clearly, a lot of people was watching that, and they enjoyed my entertainment. They enjoy hearing me. Their WWE and AEW news. They enjoy hearing me reviewing Raw, SmackDown, and Rampage. See, everybody that subscribed to my channel, they know I'm not like all these other podcasters and journalists in the community. I'm not none of those things. I'm just me. I'm just doing me. This is content that nobody has ever seen before. This content I'm delivering to you guys. And it's probably one of the best content you've seen on my channel, man. Really. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started with the SmackDown review, man, because I'm ready. This show, SmackDown this week was fantastic. Rampage, not so fantastic. Was not so fantastic, dude. Rampage was not so fantastic. Rampage was not so fantastic this week, guys. Anyways, I'm trying to click on the SmackDown review, but it's not showing anything here on the screen. Oh, here we go. All right, guys, so we're going to go ahead and get started. SmackDown video intro started the show. That's not what started the show to me, but anyways. Michael Cole welcomed the audience to Buffalo and was joined on commentary by Wayne Barrett. Samantha Irvin was the ring announcer. I don't know if you guys hear me or not, but let's get some more people in here. I don't want a dead chat tonight. Please embarrass me. All right, let's get some more people in here. Don't freaking embarrass me. This is going to be one of the best SmackDown or Rampage reviews on the channel. This is going to be one of the longest streams on the channel, dude. Don't freaking embarrass me and bring me down. Please, let's get some people in the live chats so you guys can listen to what I have to say and what my thoughts are on everything that took place on both SmackDown and Rampage. Please and thank you. I really appreciate it. And like I said in the community page on my YouTube channel, I'm sorry for the delay, man. I'm sorry I was late for the SmackDown Rampage watch along. I had some issues logging into the laptop, and I had some issues with the laptop itself. So I just want to apologize again for that. I hope you guys can forgive me, man, and accept my apology. And please acknowledge the fact that I did good on all of my reviews this week. And I'm certainly going to do good on this one. I believe it. I have the heart. I have the voice. I have the intelligence. I have the confidence to deliver on every review that I go live with every week. And I always retain you guys with those watch-alongs. I try to do what I can to give you guys the content you want to hear and the content you want to see. The content you want to hear and the content you want to see and the content that you will invest your time in watching. Now, for real, this time, let's get started with the SmackDown review. Now, Samantha Irvin was the ring announcer, guys. As you all know, Sami Zayn's music played. He headed to the ring with the Usos and Solo Sikoa in tow. Now, listen to this. Cole and Bill spoke about being a full member line after Survivor Series. Survivor Series video package aired with highlights from the show. Jey Uso spoke first and said the bloodline was now in your city. Sami said the bloodline leveled up again at War Games. I'm in a good mood now. I'm in a good mood today, guys. I'm in a good mood tonight. The bloodline leveled up again at War Games and started to credit the Usos for the showing. In the War Games match, Jimmy interrupted him and said they said they weren't going to do this in the back. Yep, that's what they said. They weren't going to do this in the back. And then called him the MVP of the match. He said the crowd were chanting Sami Zayn or Sami Uso. Not Sami Uso. But that is his name, though. That's his wrestling. That's his name. Which with those, they said that this fan said it. They was like, Uso, Sami Uso. That's what they was doing in the ring last night. Yeah. Jay piped up and said he doubted him for a long time and didn't like him And when he made the decision to stand with the family, he earned his respect ASAP. And it's because of him that they won that match at War Games. And Jimmy told him he had one question. How you feeling? That's the question he asked. He asked, how you feeling? So then Sammy replied that he was feeling pretty freaking oozy. The crowd chanted along. Sammy asked if they were doing it, and the three of them did a group handshake. The Brawling Brutes interrupted, and Sheamus told him he hates kicking the crap out of a fellow ginger, but he's had enough talking. He said it was fight night, and it's time to go. Yes, this is a review, Hassan. This is an actual SmackDown Rampage review. I just got started. I'm just now getting started. Oh, this is only just the beginning, man. You guys haven't heard full of it yet. You're about to hear the whole review. We got Sami Zayn with Jimmy Uso, Jey Uso, and Solo Sikoa versus Sheamus with Ridge Holland and Butch at ringside. Quickly as Sheamus led Larry and then sent Sammy to the floor. He followed and sent Sammy into the barricade, which caused a confrontation between the Brutes and the Bloodline on the floor. I'm getting ready to make points too about the Tegan Knox and damage control thing that was taking place on SmackDown last night. I got some good thoughts on that. So, anyways, this was a fun. I'm talking about the Sami Zayn Bloodline segment. It was a fun start to the show. Now the crowd either mic'd poorly or particularly thrilled with their decision to buy SmackDown tickets. Now, why in the world? Now, my question for everybody watching this is, why in the world? Why in the world would the crowd be particularly thrilled with their decision to buy a SmackDown ticket? Why? Can anybody answer that for me, please? I really appreciate it, because I'm not understanding here. Sammy was sent back to the ring by Sheamus as the show returned. The Usos provided a brief distraction to Sheamus, and Sammy caught him with a soccer kick. Answering, yes, folks, I watched the rest of SmackDown on YouTube, so don't worry. I watched everything that took place before Rampage. Sammy applied a sleeper, but Sheamus broke the hold by slamming him into the corner. So then we got Sammy responding with a tornado DDT, followed by a cover for a near fall. Sammy then tied Sheamus in the ropes and attempted to land blows to the chest, but Sheamus oddly caught his arm and broke with a series of back elbows, basically. So then he landed a trio of lariats, followed by a scoop slam. Sheamus attempted to fire up the crowd, but they didn't react much. Sammy hung Sheamus on the top rope and then attempted a top rope splash, but it was reversed into an Irish curse backbreaker. Sheamus applied a cloverleaf submission, but Sammy was able to crawl and reach the ropes. And notably, Ronda Rousey wasn't on SmackDown because her feelings got hurt because Fire Ronda Rousey hashtag was trending on Twitter. She's probably at home crying to her husband. Why are these fucking people picking at me, man? Why are they going with this freak tag with my name on it? Because you sound terrible on the mic and you're terrible in the ring. I mean, do you blame them? Jesus. Ronda Rousey off of TV, man. Seriously. Shayna Baszler is better than Ronda Rousey on television. Shayna Baszler is better than Ronda Rousey in the ring. Seriously, man. Sammy then tied Sheamus in the ropes. No. I'm just joking. That's not what happened. So after they landed a trios of lariats followed by a scoop, Sheamus to fire up the crowd. They didn't really react much. The crowd sounded terrible, man. I'm not even gonna lie to you. The crowd did not do a good job reacting, man. They were just completely just calm, man. They didn't react the right way, man. They didn't react like how they were supposed to. Sammy hugged Sheamus on the top rope and then attempted a top rope splash, and it was reversed into an Irish backbreaker. So once it was reversed into an Irish curve backbreaker, Sheamus then applied a cloverleaf submission, and then Sammy should I say Sammy Oos was able to crawl and reach the ropes, basically. So then Sammy climbed back into the match with strikes and dumped Sheamus to the floor. So then after that, he then performed a suicide dive and landed. Yes, folks, I'm not joking. He landed on Sheamus at ringside. So once he inside, Sammy goes on the top rope. When the show returned, it returned from break pretty much. Sheamus met him up top. Sammy shoved him off. He then did a flying nothing. A flying nothing, man. Oh, man. And Sheamus caught him with a knee strike for a near fall. He followed up with some forearm strikes and then climbed to the second rope for an avalanche white noise. Sammy found a way to reverse out of the black and landed a sit-out powerbomb for another near fall. Sammy lined up for the haluva kick, but Sheamus captured his leg, delivered white noise for a near fall. Both men crawled to their feet. Chaos broke out at ringside. Sheamus interrupted another attempt at the haluva kick with a knee strike. He then picked up Sheamus. Jey Uso kicked Sheamus, and Sammy completed a sunset flip and got the win. And that was pretty much it. After the match, Bloodline celebrated. We got to take Vagnet from Legado del Fantasma. And speaking of Vagnets, Tegan Knox never got one. We're going to talk about that. Santos said he would make sure that the World Cup tournament was home to their superior organization. He said this win will shed light on Mexico. Yeah, Mexico, where Shaquilla Robinson got killed. And they just released arrest warrants for this woman that brutally killed her. They brutally beat her up and killed her. Talk about Adriana Lopez's murder. Holy shit. Well, my. Looks like police has their suspect for the killing of Shaquilla Robinson on their suspect list. Anyways, Zelina Vega added that this will give the Empire Santos a first-class ticket to the Intercontinental Championship. And with that championship, he will gain a position of power in WWE, which would make sense for Santos Escobar to win because it's simple. Santos Escobar is a heel and Gunther's a heel. Why would they want to book a heel versus a heel? Remember what I said for months? I've said this. Booking a babyface versus a babyface makes no sense. Booking a heel versus a heel makes no sense. So it only made sense for Ricochet to win. This was the right move. This was the right move by WWE to have Ricochet win his match against Santos Escobar in the main event. And I'm probably going to repeatedly say that again in the end. I'm going to say it again, Ian, because I'm speaking truth. That's that. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, with that championship, he will gain a position of power in WWE. Santos said Ricochet's farewell was about to have its final chapter. Santos Escobar's fairy tale had a final chapter when he lost. I mean, give me a break. I mean, he's not leaving WWE though. Santos Escobar still got a long way to go, man, on the main roster. He's just getting started. Don't shut on him just yet. He's just getting started. The geeks in the community they're probably taking aim at Santos Escobar, seeing he's an Andrade wannabe or da. Give me a break. Escobar is one of the best professional wrestlers this generation has to offer. Give me a fucking break. Tell me otherwise. Same with Rick. Now, a long match between Sheamus and Sami Zayn to open the show. The crowd actually came to life, or should I say came back to life near the conclusion and cheered for the Zayn victory. Now, the Fantasma promo was poached, but I'm still waiting for them to make Santos seem like a legitimate threat in the ring, man. He needs to be a legitimate threat in the ring, man. I mean, he's one of the best heels that this company has, dude. If they would have not made him a legitimate threat, boy, they would have fucking ruined him on the main roster. Faster than you can blink. Man, if Vince and Bruce are still in charge, you know talents like Santos Escobar wouldn't be on the main roster. Talents like Tegan Knox, Mia Yim on the main roster. Talents like Legado would be on the main roster if Vince and Bruce were still there. Trust me. Vince and Bruce doesn't give a shit about wrestling. They only give a shit about power and their fucking money, man. That's why I'm glad Vince has retired from his duties as chairman. And Bruce, he's still there. Oh, and guess what? I got the shocking scoop on who wasn't present at Survivor Series. You're not going to believe it, guys. I got the news on who wasn't at Survivor Series. You know that day when Survivor Series pay-per-view took place? I got some news on who wasn't there. You're going to be shocked as to who the person was that wasn't there. It's somebody, I'm going to give you a hint. It's somebody backstage. Somebody that was still filming when Vince and Bruce was in charge. I'm gonna let you guess who that name is. Don't worry, we're gonna go over that news later. That news on Survivor Series. I also have your Monday Night Raw news, your NXT news, your Friday Night SmackDown news, and your Dynamite news as well. And I have your Rampage news. We're gonna go over all that after the SmackDown and Rampage review. I got some news on Raquel Rodriguez, news on Ronda Rousey, news on Roman Reigns. I got some news on what's his freaking name? Got some news on Tony Khan, CM Punk. I got all that, guys. I got everything you need. Everything you need to hear. Everything. I cannot wait to get done with both of these reviews, man, so I can go over the AEW and WWE news that I have for you guys. Man, all this news I have, guys, it's very, very important, and it's very, very real and legit, and I'm not joking. Now, don't get me wrong, Ringside News are the best sources that this community has to offer, but sometimes they do be having false information, like Wrestling Observer, all these dirt sheets. Ringside News are not dirt sheets, you freaking WWE, AEW negative shields in the community who still think that. No, they're not. Don't even get at me with that shit. They're not dirt sheets. I don't want to hear it. Ringside News are my only sources I have in the community, though. But seriously, guys, back to what I was saying about Sami Zayn versus Sheamus, the Celtic Warrior. The crowd finally came to life near the conclusion. The crowd should have been all over this match the entire time, but they weren't. Now, weren't they? No. They cheered for the Sami Zayn victory, but never cheered the entire fucking match. The entire fucking match, the crowd was just like, oh, 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 yeah, ooh, yeah. The crowd was just almost like they were falling asleep in this match. Why don't you fall asleep to one of the best on SmackDown? This match was perfectly, well, it perfectly delivered, man. This was a fantastic match. Great decision by Triple H and his administration to book Sheamus versus Sami Zayn, because they have good chemistry in the fucking ring, whether these fucking negative, nimroded, snot-nosing geeks in the community like it or not. This match was great. Now, Legado del Fantasma promo was polished. I'm still waiting, just like you guys are still waiting for them to make Santos seem like a legit threat in the ring. If he's going to win the finals of the World Cup tournament later in the show, which he didn't, actually. I mean, which is good. Santos Escobar was just booked in the match to get Ricochet over, so Ricochet would have another shot at Gunther's Intercontinental Championship, which he did. We're going to talk about that in the main event. I'm actually going to mention all this again, probably. But if he would have won the tournament later in the show, he would have been able to do it without interference, guys. If Santos Escobar would have won that tournament, I'm telling you right now, he would have been able to do it without interference, man. Legitimately. That's how good Santos Escobar is inside and outside the ring. Okay? Can you imagine if Santos Escobar actually won the entire tournament, though? Could you fucking imagine what that would do for Santos Escobar's career? Could you take 2 seconds to figure out how good that win would be? That win would have been for Santos Escobar in his career. Then, at that point, WWE would take Santos Escobar to the next level. That would have gave Santos Escobar his first championship opportunity, man. Now, if they would have turned Gunther babyface, I could see them booking Gunther versus Santos Escobar. I could see them booking babyface Gunther versus a heel Santos Escobar, or maybe a babyface Santos Escobar versus a heel Gunther, man. I could still see that match happening. But it just didn't make sense because they're both heels. But we're not talking about that right now. I was discussing, giving you guys my take on the Sheamus versus Sami Zayn match. But overall, guys, for real, the match between Sheamus and Sami Zayn was great. They fucking killed it. Man. They really did. The match was really good. It was no real surprise, given those involved. It wasn't. It really built the finish. It really built to the finish. And the fact that Uso helped the honorary Uso, let me tell you guys something. The fact that the honorary Uso scored the win furthered the idea that legitimately the issues between them have subsided. The Usos finally accepting Sami Zayn as a member of the Bloodline was freaking amazing, dude. It reiterated it. It will really be interesting to see how the relationship soars again. Now, if Jay was right the whole time, and how great the "I told you so" will be if that proves to be the case. I mean, come on, really. I mean, let's be honest, guys. Jimmy Uso prevented Zayn from getting any credit to any other member of the Bloodline for what happened Saturday at Survivor Series. Instead, saying the honorary Uso deserved the acclaim. Really. It was great. Fan-freaking-tastic. That sunset flip by Zayn was even more fantastic, dude. James Zayn fucking killed it last night. Absolutely killed it. Bloodline, Brawley Brutes fought at ringside. It was chaos, man, everywhere. Bodies were everywhere, dude. Mega Morant interviewed Kofi Kingston backstage. Kofi Kingston announced that he would be the first declared entrant into the Royal Rumble. Already? God dang, they already trying to get people into the Royal Rumble. And speaking of Royal Rumble, I got some Royal Rumble news as well. And I got some news on that 77-year-old, you know what, Vince McMahon. Yeah, I got some news on him too. Thought I'd bring that up. Now, he was then asked about the finals of the World Cup. Now, he said he couldn't pick against Ricochet, Kaiser, and Imperium. So strange, right? It sounds kind of strange to me that they're just now bringing this up. That he or whoever, Kofi Kingston, whoever, just now bringing this up, man. But seriously, Kaiser and Vinci of Imperium walked up and told Kingston that he spends more time online than he does in the ring. I can imagine that. I can imagine Kaiser and Vinci telling it's the same thing. What if they told Big E that? He would have gave both of them the big end. He would have been angry. Oh my goodness. Big E, where's he been, man? Why hasn't he been on TV? When is he supposed to be returning from injury? And I guess Xavier Woods is out due to injury. I guess he wasn't medically cleared. Wonder where Rick Boogs is. When is Rick Boogs supposed to be returning? Oh, guys, I saw Rick Boogs' Instagram. Oh my God, you gotta go check out Rick Boogs' videos. He looks fucking phenomenal. He looks in phenomenal shape, man. I would not be surprised if I see a news on the update on Rick Boogs and Rick Boogs' tremendous transformation. Rick Boogs transformed himself into a good-looking dude, man. The guy is fucking more builder. He is more bigger than Braun Strowman, dude. He's more built than Braun Strowman is, dude. Like, how in the world did Rick Boogs work that hard to get muscles? How did he work that hard to make himself look that big like that? Well, he lifted up weights. He did push-ups, worked on everything. Guys, you are going to be shocked to see Rick Boogs' transformation when he comes back. Dude, the guy is bigger than Braun Strowman, dude. I'm telling you now. Just wait till you see how big Rick Boogs is when he returns. You're going to be in a state of shock. Really. I'm serious. Legitimately. The guy's arms and his chest is fucking bigger than a fucking goddamn bat, dude. Like, I'm not even joking. Bigger than a giant bat. Anyways, Kofi said Woods wasn't there, but he would be happy to challenge one of them to a singles match. Gunther then stepped in from out of frame and said Kingston would face him. They were shown backstage. One of the greatest creative minds in all of WWE. He said that he thinks people forget that we used to be animals. Snakes eat rats. Just like cats eat snakes, right? I don't know, man. That's just me guessing. No one sees it as an act of violence. He said we don't dare talk about the fact that some people must die for others to live. He again claimed that he wasn't the one who hurt LA Knight, but I hear you, or heard you, says Bray Wyatt. And how you rejoined, how you rejoiced. Bray said that was very primal of us. He then said if he had been the one, we would know because there would be none of him left. Oh my God. North Carolina is getting blown by Clemson. Jesus Christ. Man, sounds to me like the North Carolina football team has a lot of improvement to do, man. Jesus Christ, it's 39-10. Oh my God. This is embarrassing because I live in North Carolina. This is embarrassing to see the North Carolina football team get fucking defeated by Clemson. Oh my God. What an embarrassment. Can you guys not get any worse? I mean, really. Break. Oh, man. I'm feeling good tonight, man. I really am. Really. It's not often I feel good like this. It's not often I'm in a good mood, man. I don't be in a good mood that often. Sometimes I am, sometimes I ain't. The North Carolina football team, the North Carolina college football team, they're getting their asses handed to them, man. This is not good. I used to be a Tar Heels fan. I used to be a Panthers fan, but I'm not anymore. My only favorite team is the Milwaukee Bucks from NBA. Now, back to what I was saying. Bray said that was very primal of us. He then said if he hadn't been the one, we would know because there would be none of him left. Afterward, Cole tossed to a video package that recapped Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler's warpath of the last few weeks. Shayna then made her entrance. She faced Emma. Kofi Kingston versus Gunther was a fun match. Gunther works well with smaller opponents. Bray Wyatt's promo continued to leave worried that there wasn't as much of a long-term plan in place for him as people thought. Now, he's kind of talking in circles now, which he did last night, without vague hints of a larger story at play. And I'm pretty sure you guys were hoping that you were wrong. Hell, I kind of was hoping that I was wrong. Now, backstage, Madcap Moss spoke to Emma on the interview set. She said a lot has changed in 5 years, and she's unsure of herself. Moss told her not to forget who she was and called her a pioneer. He said the women's revolution doesn't happen without her, and because of her, the competition is tough now. It's getting rough now. Woo! That guy's getting buff now. He's built. Might as well call him Chubba Dog, man. No, I'm just joking. Moss told her she belongs there and wished her luck. He called him Reddick and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Oh, Ember Moon, Ember. No, I'm just joking. No, Ember Moon. Ember Moon and Athena's in AEW. We're not talking about AEW, man. Get your mind out of the gutter, man. We're not talking about AEW Rampage. IWN. Emma made her entrance. We had Shayna Baszler. Shayna Baszler, the submission magician. They used to call it the vampire back on Monday Night Raw. I don't know why they called it that. I mean, she doesn't even look like a vampire. I mean, really, man. Seriously. They did. When Vincent Bruce was in charge, they used to call her the vampire. No shit. They used to call Shayna Baszler that. My God. That was one of the worst names I ever heard, man. I don't know why they didn't just call her the submission magician. No, that's not how Vincent Bruce saw it, though. Who gives a shit, man? At least Shayna Baszler is getting more TV time now. At least she's getting built up or whatever they're doing with her, man. At least she's getting more TV time. I'm just going to put it like that. Now, neither women, neither Shayna Baszler or Emma, neither Shayna Baszler or Emma had a second at ringside. Not even a second. Not even a tiny bit. Not even the wow. This was purely one-on-one, basically. Now, Emma had a nice side Russian leg early on for a 1 count. Shayna took control by wiggling Emma's shoulders on the second rope. She then slammed her shoulder to the mat and applied a modified hammerlock. Now Emma shifted herself, rolled Shayna up for another 1 count, as if Shayna Baszler was going to be put away easily. Come on, man. Emma's got to think better. Why am I sure? Baszler attempted to place Emma's hand on the mat for an elbow stomp. Shh. Oh my, that sounds painful, man. Sounds like that hurts. But Emma reversed out with a kick and landed some elbow strikes. She then landed a neck breaker using the second rope and 2 count. Baszler missed a knee strike in the corner. Emma applied a tarantula, and broke on a 4 count. She then climbed to the top. Shayna kicked the ropes. She tumbled down. Shayna then applied the careful to clutch and got the tap out victory. Afterwards, Shayna Baszler continued the attack, but Shotzi ran in for the save. Shayna quickly took control and was ready to stomp on Shotzi's elbow. But, and this was even reported by Fightful. I got the news on the spoiler plans for Raquel Rodriguez. We're actually going to go over that here in just a minute. Now, Raquel Rodriguez ran down and interrupted again. The 3 women regrouped, and Shayna was forced to retreat. And then we got a video package. Yes, we did. I'm not joking. We got a video package that aired for Lacey Evans. Wait. Excuse me? What did they say? What did you say, IWN? What did you say, IWN? Jimmy, I said Lacey Evans, bro. Yeah, she's fucking terrible. What else you want me to say? My goodness, man. Jimmy over here, man. He just, I don't know what's wrong with him. My God. Maybe you need to go to the doctor and get your freaking ears checked or something, man. My goodness. Get your mind out of the gutter. She don't look good. Get your mind in the gutter, man. My God. Yeah, there was a video package of Lacey Evans with the idea that she was a former Marine headed back to basic training. There wasn't a clear indication yet if she would return. Please, I hope not. I hope to God she does not return. I mean, she is terrible in the ring. Please, keep her off of television. Nobody cares. Nobody can care less about Lacey Evans, man. Like, really. Man. Like, really. Nobody about Lacey Evans, man. Get her off the television. Seriously, man. For real. I'm not even kidding. Talk about one of the worst women's wrestlers on the SmackDown Women's roster. And then on top of that, your SmackDown Women's division is already at an all-time low? Oh, my God. Having Lacey Evans back is going to bring the SmackDown Women's division down even further. It's going to make the division even worse with her on there. Get her off of TV. Get them out. Get her out, please. Keep her off of television. Nobody, I can bet your ass that nobody is going to miss Lacey Evans. Nobody. When she comes back, nobody will miss her. Nobody's going to say a word. Nobody's going to say anything positive about Lacey Evans at all. I mean, why would they? Why would they not? Why would they not say anything positive about Lacey Evans? I mean, do you blame them? Jeez Louise, she had one of the worst matches. When she was there, she had one of the worst matches on SmackDown. And I'm not even going to tell you guys what that match was. I'm gonna let you guys figure that one out. You know what match I'm talking about that Lacey Evans was in when she was there, when she was on that roster. You know, that time when Liv Morgan was still SmackDown Women's Champion. My God, man, I don't know why they want somebody. I don't know why they would bring somebody like that back to television. Why? She is terrible, terrible, terrible. Lacey Evans is terrible. It's the definition of terrible television. Keep her off of TV. She's better off going back to the Marines. She's better off going back to the Army than being on WWE television as a professional wrestler. She's fucking terrible, man. She's garbage, man. She's trash. She's trash. Nobody gives up. All right? I'm going to move on. I got nothing else to say here. Now, the crowd seems to be tough last night. Now, I will be honest, there wasn't the match between Emma and Shayna Baszler. It wasn't really that bad, and it wasn't really that boring either. Now, they did have immediate chemistry either. They didn't really have chemistry, and hopefully, the storytelling with Moss means they plan on doing more to establish herself. But Emma wasn't never given a vignette. Why didn't Emma get a vignette? Where's Emma's vignette? They never showed a vignette of Emma. Never. I don't understand it. It seemed like Emma a vignette first, and then have her establish herself to the crowd, and then have her debut. Instead of having her debut with zero reaction from the fans, looking at her like, who is this? We don't know this woman. Who is this debuting on SmackDown? You know what I'm saying? Seriously, give me a break. A video aired for Ricochet. He framed the finals of the World Cup as USA versus Mexico. Ricochet said winning the World Cup would mean everything to him. He told Santos he hopes he's ready and that he was looking forward to his Intercontinental title match with Gunther. It just makes me disappointed the fact that WWE didn't give Emma a fucking vignette. They should have gave her 2 or 3 vignettes at least. You guys know what vignettes are. I don't have to explain it. You know. Give me a break, man. My God. And you know what? As far as this match between Shayna Baszler and Emma goes, it also unfortunately made 2 members of the babyface roster look incompetent. I mean, Shayna Baszler looked like a badass as she tapped out Emma and then flattened Shotzi, only backing down when the numbers game became too great. Don't get me wrong, but come on, man. I mean, they were summarily beaten down in need of a third person to help them. It was so, you mean to tell me it was so bad that Raquel Rodriguez had to come out and try to even the odds? Man, WWE has done Shotzi Blackheart so dirty, man. They really have. She's been wrestling mid every week. What's going on? What are you doing with Blackheart? Why got her fucking losing on the main roster? I understand. I'm bitching and whining. I'm just speaking truth. Oh, trust me, you'll see when I'm bitching and complaining. You'll see. Trust me. But this, come on, man. What are they doing with Shotzi Blackheart, dude? Really? It's almost like she's being buried and wasted on TV all over again. It's almost feeling like a Vince and Bruce thing all over again, dude. Just wasting people, burying people, not giving people vignettes. It's ridiculous. You know, it's just crazy. It was crazy that, it's still crazy that they were summarily beaten down and in need of a third person to help them. Now, guys, how crazy does that sound? And it also, check this out, it also has been the story of the last 2 months in the Blue Brand Women's Division, which remains to be one of the worst fucking divisions in Triple H's creative efforts so far. The Raw Women's Division doing better than the SmackDown Women's Division. And I'm even shocked at this point to even say this. I'm even shocked that I'm saying this, but it's the truth. It's the truth, man. SmackDown Women's Division is doing better than SmackDown. Oh, hell, even the AEW Women's Division is doing better than the SmackDown Women's Division. That right there is enough to tell the SmackDown Women's Division that they need to step the fuck up. And if they got Triple H and his administration having them write their own show, their own storylines, then they need to step up and say, hey, no, you guys, the writers need to be the ones writing our storylines, not us. So when I saw that news on AEW Dark having talent from Dark writing on storylines, dude, I was so pissed. Oh, I got a lot about that. Oh, that shit had me pissed off, dude. You can't do that. You can't do that, man. You cannot have talent write their own storyline. Why? Why do it? Why you got talents like Orange Cassidy booking matches by himself in AEW? You kidding me? Anyway, guys. I'm moving on, man. Oh, this shit sucks, dude. No, this shit sucks, man. I'm telling you. Sometimes some of these wrestling promotions, they don't do their talents right, man. I'm telling you. They don't book their talents right. They don't use their talents right on TV. And they certainly don't produce and write their shows right. It's amazing me, dude, how they do their talent. How they do talents like Shotzi Part on TV. It really does. What a shame. I feel bad for Shotzi Blackheart, dude. I really do. I really do, man. This shit sucks. Absolutely sucks. How they're doing it on TV. And Raquel Rodriguez has to sell a fucking injury on TV. Oh, guess what, folks? There were some spoiler plans on Raquel Rodriguez. Speaking of Rodriguez, Gonzalez. Her last name really should be Gonzalez, not Rodriguez. Give me a break. Vince and Bruce were the ones that made that decision to change her last name from Gonzalez to Rodriguez. Man, Bruce and Vince are some freaking comedians, man. Oh my God, really? They are freaking funny. Not funny at all. Whatsoever. There were some spoiler plans for Raquel Rodriguez. Fight Let confirmed yesterday that Raquel Rodriguez's injury was a purely storyline driven, and she will continue with the injury angle on SmackDown by wearing a fucking arm brace. You might as well take the fucking arm brace off of her, man, and let her wrestle. They might as well would have started the Ronda Rousey and Raquel Rodriguez feud at that point. What's the use of having her sell her injury? Tell me we're getting a Shayna Baszler or Raquel Rodriguez feud? Give me a break. WWE needs to get their SmackDown Women's Division together, man. Really. Get their women's division on the Swerve or something, man. Oh my God, this division sucks. And the division sucks because of Vince and Bruce, man. Not because of Triple H and his administration. It ain't the women. It ain't the SmackDown women's fault that they have to be booked all shitty and used on TV like dog shit. It's Vince and Bruce's fault, man. Vince and Bruce have a lot to do with the reason why the SmackDown Women's division is bad. They have a lot. Put it this way, guys. Vince and Bruce are the reasons why the SmackDown Women's division is at an all-time worst. Put it that way. I'm going to put it like that. It said here, and I quote, from Fightful Select that Raquel Rodriguez was suspected to still sell her injuries on she did with an arm brace. For those wondering, it's a pre-release stalling injury per Fightful Select, end quote. So clearly, from watching Shayna Baszler looking at Raquel Rodriguez, Shotzi Blackheart and Emma, it looked like they were setting up a Shayna Baszler and Raquel Rodriguez feud. But WWE, from what I heard, clearly had some major plans for a feud involving Ronda Drowsy, because she still is drowsy, because she sounds drowsy on the mic. Snorlax from Pokemon. I'm gonna put Raquel Rodriguez the armbar. That'd be interesting to see if this leads to a SmackDown Championship match. And guys, I'm gonna be posting my Elimination Chamber match card predictions in case you guys are wondering what men's and women's matches I think are going to be booked for the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view going into next year. I will probably start posting my Elimination Chamber match predictions probably tomorrow on the YouTube community page. And whenever I schedule my watch-alongs reviews, please make sure you guys are hitting the notify me button. That way you'll be notified on when the watch-alongs and reviews start, or whenever they go live. I'm just curious as to how the fuck they're going to write and produce this Ronda Rousey and Raquel Rodriguez match. How bad is Ronda Rousey's reign as SmackDown Women's Champion? Hell, her reign is bad. It's as bad as Thunder Rosa. Hey, hold on. Hold that thought for a second. No. Never mind Thunder Rosa. Her reign is as bad as Jade Cargill. Look at how bad Jade Cargill's reign is. AEW from day one has treated Jade Cargill as AEW TBS champion like complete other dog shit. Same with Tay Conti. Look at how Tay Conti's being used and wasted on TV. Look at how Britt Baker's being used and wasted on TV. Treating all these talents like dog shit, man. It's ridiculous. Really. And then you wonder why women want respect. Then you wonder why these females demand respect on social media. And you wonder why these females on television, all these female professional wrestlers demand respect. They need to be demanding respect to the people who writes the fucking show. They need to be demanding respect to the people who produces the fucking show. The way I see it. And they need to be taking their anger out on Tony Khan and not taking their anger out on JD. You don't think I saw that shit? You don't think I saw where JD got shitted on by the entire AEW women's locker room? Disgusting, man. That's what it was. It was a disgrace. It was a disrespect to the tribal chief. The only greatest podcast in the entire IWC, man. Instead of taking their anger out on Tony Khan and AEW and their pathetic producers and writers, they want to take their anger out on this man. What did that man do? What did he do? All he was doing is speaking the truth and being honest, like he always is. That's almost like the women's division in WWE, taking their anger out on JD. Oh, because JD's shitting on this person or that person. JD this, JD that. Give me a break. If the SmackDown Women's division sucks, it sucks. If it sucks, it sucks. These negative versions in the community's going to have to deal with it. Whine and cry all they want to, man. Division, the SmackDown Women's division is not going to get any better until Triple H does something about it, until Triple H makes changes to that division. That's all I got to say, man. Up this. So, ladies and gentlemen, check this out. We got Gunther versus Kofi Kingston. But before that, Kingston gets like Alex Wright and said Imperium looked like a bunch of Alex wrongs. What? A bunch of Alex wrongs? Oh my God, that was the lamest thing I ever heard Kofi Kingston say on SmackDown. And that, another thing I didn't like about SmackDown, them having Kofi Kingston say that. That was the lamest thing I've ever heard Kofi Kingston say on the show, on SmackDown. That was lame. Absolutely lame. Completely uncalled for. Gunther then made his entrance in all black and was flanked by Vinci and Kaiser. So, this match between Gunther and Kofi Kingston in the final match, it was a great match. Kofi Kingston was fired up early, landed some kicks. Gunther quickly shut that down with a backbreaker and some stomps. Kingston landed some punches. Gunther chopped him down with a heavy slap to the chest. He then landed another slap to the chest, and Kofi went down in a heap. Yeah, Chris, I know, man. I know, Chris. I agree with you, man. Tegan Knox does need to stay healthy, man. I saw your chat. Don't think I didn't see it. I saw it. She does. She really does, man. And they need to make booking her right, too. Using her right on TV. Please do not do what Vince and Bruce did with Tegan Knox back in NXT. Back on the main roster on SmackDown when she was teamed up with freaking Shotzi Blackheart. My God, man. Where's your moderators? Get this guy out of my chat. Who is 6'9"? Get him out, man. Where's my moderator? Somebody get him out of my chat. I'm not dealing with this again like last week. Get him out. Anyways. Kofi landed punches. Gunther chopped him down with a heavy slap to the chest. Gunther then placed his feet around the neck of Kingston and twisted his body to wrench on the neck. If you spam my chat again, 6'9", you're getting out. I know you're a scammer. I know you're a spammer, so a bot. He then landed another slap to the chest in the corner. And Kofi went down in a heap. Gunther attempted to send Kofi to the floor. He reversed and sent Gunther to ringside. Kofi hit the ropes. Kaiser interfered, grabbed his feet. Gunther landed a big boot and set up a power bomb. And then we got Strowman Express's music hitting. He took out Kaiser and Vinci and sent into the timekeeper's area. Gunther was distracting. Kofi landed a SOS for Kofi reversed a sleeper into a pinfall for a 2 count. As the show returned from break, Kaiser, Vinci were chased from ringside by Strowman. Kofi landed a drop kick and a jumping lariat. He then followed up with a boom drop, then fired up the crowd. Kofi set up for Trouble in Paradise, but Gunther blocked it. He attempted a German suplex. Kofi landed on his feet, splashed Gunther from the top rope, which I thought was great. Kingston then attempted a springboard move out the corner. Gunther chopped him out of the sky. Gunther followed up with a German suplex for a near fall. He showed some frustration and applied a Boston Crab Kofi to Cross. Gunther modified the hold into an STF after a series of reversals. Gunther landed shotgun dropkick and a powerbomb for a near fall. And I mean it when I say AEW and WWE needs to treat all of their female professional wrestlers with respect, man. It seems like they're treating them with disrespect, them and burying them on TV, keep Titus catering for no reason. You know, all these WWE and AEW female talents deserve better, man. They really do. Deserve better than what they're given. Now, something I'm not fans of, yeah, not so much. Now, the ones that I'm fans of, yeah. I have a lot of female favorites within WWE and AEW. And I'm not joking. Now, Kofi landed a big slap to the chest. And Gunther shrugged it off. Scooped up Kingston and Emerald. Flawless. He's calling the last symphony for the win. This was a great match for Gunther. Sami Zayn said he was going to get some dinner. He was backstage, and he said all that. Then the Usos insisted that Solo go with him and offer some protection since he's been making enemies. Solo and Sammy left. Jimmy asked Jay if he ever talked to Sammy about lying to his face. Jay said Roman told him that he saw what he needed to see in Sammy's eyes. And then they got to win at War Games, so it was cool. Now, Sheamus attacked from off screen with a shillelagh. It took them both out. He said he and McIntyre would see them later. So, we pretty much got a fun match from Kofi and Gunther here. Braun seemed to be eventual opponent. He seems to be the eventual opponent in waiting for Gunther down the road. Now, which makes the World Cup tournament feel like a bit and to limit it. I don't know how to say it. But the line continues to have wrinkles. We'll have to see if suspicion continues to build about Sami Zayn from the Usos. Now, as I said, the match between Gunther and Kofi Kingston was great. It was a competitive match. It is a string of them. Kofi Kingston looking mighty impressive despite having no real shot at knocking off the Australian heel. Really, to be honest. The Gunther broke out another finisher to go along with his powerbomb splash. And Lariat is a game changer and makes him that much more dangerous. Of course, the real story is the continued interruption of all things. Imperium by Strowman, who cannot help the fact that he is not the number one contender. His shot at Gunther is the end game of the story, initially overshadowing the World Cup finals that would occur later in the broadcast last night, later on the show. So, sorry, had to clear my throat for a second. Damage Control made their entrance, while highlights from the women's War Games match were shown. Now, Bayley microphone and criticized a fan for wearing a dumb hat. Ha! That's hilarious. She said they didn't want to be a buffalo. It was probably a fucking slob wearing the hat. No telling. Apparently, SmackDown needed rating, and they knew they could count on Damage Control. You know, the geeks online are calling them damaged goods, from what I heard, what I was told by somebody. I'm not gonna give his name, but I was told that. Bayley said they were in the War Games match for a combined 95 minutes and asked if the crowd knew what that meant for their bodies. She criticized Becky for being in the match for a cup of coffee. I was thinking they were going to say a cup of tea, a cup of Kool-Aid, or a cup of cold beverages. I don't know, man. Please don't let her say a cup of beer. Please, no. We don't need that on the show. Stone Cold Steve Austin does enough of it. Bayley then turned her attention to the SmackDown roster and said none of them wanted to step up to Damage Control. Maybe because Damage Control's been used. Maybe because Damage Control has been losing so much every week. Maybe because that women's division thinks that Damage Control sucks. Maybe that women's division thinks that Damage Control are nothing but jobbing losers. But the SmackDown women's division came because they suck too. They all suck too. The division. I mean, Tegan Nox is great. Johnson Blackheart's great, but she's not being booked great. She's not being used great on TV. Shayna Baszler's great. Ronda Rousey, no. Lacey Evans, no. Xia Li, yeah, she's all right. Sonya Deville, she's great. If WWE makes her great, uses her great on TV, she should have already been SmackDown's champion. She should have already gotten a push on SmackDown. Why is it Sonya Deville getting a push on SmackDown? Where is Sonya Deville? She hasn't even been on TV the last fucking 2-3 weeks. What are you doing? Letting her sit on the fucking sidelines? I mean, really, come on. Give me a break. Don't do what Vince and Bruce did. Have their talent send Titus Catering to their freaking release. Oh, because of budget cuts. Give me a break. No, the only reason why they released them is because they had no freaking plans for any of them. That's why Vince and Bruce released those 200+ talent. Half of the 200+ talent are back on the main roster because of Triple H and his administration. You got Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa, Saraya, Dakota Kai, Io Sky, Damian Priest, LA Knight. The reason why Bray Wyatt's back because of Triple H. The reason why Bronson Reed will be back is because of Triple H. The reason why Bayley came back with Dakota Kai and Io Sky is because of Triple H. The reason why Becky Lynch came back as a babyface was Triple H. The reason why Ronda Rousey will be dropping that title to Sasha Banks at WrestleMania 39 it will all be because of Paul Levesque. Because he knows how bad Ronda Rousey wrestles in the fucking ring, how awful she is. Please, I hope to God that they have Ronda Rousey drop the title to Sasha Banks at WrestleMania. Please. They desperately need to get that title off of her. She is one of the worst SmackDown Women's Champions of all time. Get that off her. Please. Quickly. She needs to drop it to Sasha Banks, man. I would love to see Sasha Banks as a 2 or a time SmackDown Women's Champion. That makes Sasha Banks' resume look relevant and very, very important. Where her resume is important, I mean. But still, it would do a lot of wonders for Sasha Banks. Given that Sasha Banks is A, one of my favorite female talents on the roster. B, she's the greatest of all time. C, future Hall of Famer. D, she's a former women's tag team champion. The former Raw Women's champion as well. She's held all the titles, even the NXT championship. You don't think Sasha Banks is ready to be SmackDown Women's champion again? If anybody in this community don't think that Sasha Banks is ready to be SmackDown Women's champion again, you got another thing fucking coming, and you got to be a complete fucking idiot to think otherwise. I think Ronda Rousey Sasha Banks for the SmackDown at WrestleMania 39 should be the match that WWE should book. That should be the match that WWE should put. Not Ronda Rousey versus Becky Lynch. No. We've seen that match 2-3 times already. No, we don't need to see that match. We need to be seeing Ronda Rousey versus Sasha Banks for the SmackDown Women's Championship. Let's be honest, we haven't even seen that match before. We've seen it one time, but we haven't seen it 2 times. We haven't seen it the second time. I would love to see Sasha Banks dethrone Ronda Rousey. Just please, do anything. Please, Paul the Bet, for the love of God, do anything to freaking get that title off of Ronda Rousey. She is terrible. I'm sorry. She is terrible. Even JD on his SmackDown review said that Ronda Rousey is terrible. And she is. No shit. One of the worst champions in modern day era, dude. No shit, man. Hell, she's been awful since her freaking main roster debut. Her main WrestleMania debut. You don't think a lot of people in that community want Ronda Rousey gone? There's a lot of reasons why everybody in the entire IWC community wants Ronda Rousey gone. They're getting tired of her. They're getting bored of her. They get tired of seeing her on TV every week. It's getting ridiculous. It really is. And if she ever gets fired, you know what I'm going to be like? Na 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 na. Hey, hey, goodbye. That's what everybody's going to be singing when Ronda Rousey gets fired. When Ronda Rousey gets let go, when she drops that title to Sasha Banks. That Ronda Rousey's match against Sasha Banks may very well be her last match. Because a lot of people don't like Ronda Rousey. Because of her behavior. She's just like Braun Strowman, has a big down. She's got that Braun Strowman behavior. I don't even know why Triple H even bothered bringing back Braun Strowman. I don't even know why they bothered bringing him back. As much of a big mouth that guy has. Really. And then he got the nerve on Twitter to talk about some flippy floppers. Like Ricochet and all. He was talking shit about the fucking high-flying wrestlers on Twitter, man. What a disgrace to the high flyers, man, of WWE. Talk about disrespect. Anyways, guys, as I was saying, Bayley said they were in the War Games match for a combined 95 minutes. And actually, the crowd knew what that meant for their bodies. She criticized Bayley for being in the match for a cup of coffee. Bayley then turned her attention to the SmackDown roster and said none of them wanted to step up to Damage Control. Liv Morgan, who said it seemed like Bayley's problem with the SmackDown Women's division. She counted her odds as 3-on-1. You know, sort of like a 3-on-1 situation. It said that seemed fair. In charge to the ring. The brawl started in the ring. A surprise entrance from Tegan Nox interrupted the numbers. She brawled with Damage Control, but was overwhelmed by the numbers. Liv returned, shattered a kendo stick on Damage Control. Tegan landed a shiniest wizard. She landed the shiniest wizard. She's got the shiniest. Get your minds out of the gutter, folks. I'm not talking about her behind. Get your minds out of the fucking gutter. I'm telling you right now. I'm saying she has the shiniest kicks. Not the shiniest ass. The shiniest kicks. Get your minds out of the gutter, man. Tegan landed the shiniest wizard on Bayley, sending them scattering. Okay, so check this out. My only favorite podcaster in the entire IWC, JD, was the first one to say this, and I am going to be the second one to say it. And that is that Tegan Nox, Candice LeRae, Io Sky, Dakota Kai, that's 4, right? Mia Yim, that's 5, right? Emma, that's 6, right? Right? All those talents, and even Chelsea Green, all of them should have got number one, vignettes. Number two, have established themselves to the crowd. And number three, then have them debut. Not have them debut and then get a zero reaction from the crowd. And then have the crowd look like they have no fucking idea who the fuck they are. Can't do stuff like that. You got to get them vignettes, let them establish themselves to the crowd, and then have them debut. You can't just do the opposite by having them debut and then have the crowd not know who the fuck they are. The looks on the fans' face, they were just, I saw the looks on the fans' face, man, on SmackDown that night. They were just looking like they were just like, who is this woman? Who is this wonder? Who is this Australian? Miriam, Chelsea Green, Cancer Ray, Io Sky, Dakota Kai, and Tegan Knox should have all got vignettes first, and then have them establish themselves to the crowd, and then debut. That's the way it should have been. I don't know why they had them debut first. It's almost like when they had Tegan Knox debut, there was nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing. I'm glad that Tegan Knox and she looks fine as hell. Get your minds out of the gutter, folks. I'm not talking about no negative. But she really does, though. Tegan Knox looks fine as hell. She looks better than her. She looks in good shape. Her legs don't look hurt. She sold a lot of injuries in NXT. Back in NXT TakeOver. Remember back in NXT, Dakota Kai turned on Tegan Knox. And her entire team full of baby faces turned on Tegan Knox and injured her leg to where she couldn't be in the match. Do you remember that? That's the Tegan Knox we're seeing on TV. That Tegan Knox from TakeOver. Yeah, I know who Tegan Knox is. I've been a fan of Tegan Knox since her NXT debut. Don't forget, to the people that's been veterans of my YouTube channel, to the people that's been subscribed to my YouTube channel for the last 5-6 years, don't forget, I was the one that created the Tegan Knox community creation character on WWE 2K20. I was the one that created the Io Shirai custom community creation on WWE 2K20. Remember when I used to stream 2K20, man? I was the one that created Tegan Knox. I was the one that did Tegan Knox's hair. That's the one that put color on her to Tegan Knox's hair on the video game. I was the one that created guys like Jack Stars from NXT UK, Jack Stars, and I don't know who the others were. I was good at creating characters that should have been on the game a long time ago. That's the time when I still had Twitter. That was even the time when I still had Twitter. Not long, far away long before all my Twitter accounts were freaking suspended. Permanently suspended to where I couldn't create another Twitter account ever again. Fuck Twitter, man. Who needs Twitter? Elon Musk is taking over Twitter. Oh no, I don't need to have a Twitter account with a guy like that taking over Twitter. Hell no. Count me out. I'll pass. Elon Musk, oh no. Now I see why 21 Savage mentioned his name in one of his old mixtape songs. Now I see why 21 Savage said what he said. Anyways, Tegan Knox's return is encouraging. as the SmackDown women's roster is thin. Women's roster, boring. To me, it's boring. They got most of my favorite talents on that roster. Them are not getting used right. Half of them are getting booked like complete trash. I don't know what the other word. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to tell you guys, man. They're getting booked like complete, utterly shit. Like WWE just don't care about how they book and use their talent. Same with AEW, man. Same goes for every wrestling I see nowadays. Liv and Tegan would make them interesting challenges for the women's tag team champions. Those women's tag team titles got to go. They're not relevant in people's eyes anymore. It's going to be the beginning of that feud. I'm sure the Liv Morgan thing, the color car stains in the community, they're going to be like, yeah, we get to see our favorite stuff. Cody Guy and Io Sky. Yay! You know, the geeks from Twitter, man, the geeks from Instagram, the fake accounts. You know, you guys know who I'm talking about. Hopefully, Tegan can find a character and personality, most importantly, that works for her, because she's always in the ring since days in NXT. Now, when she was on the main roster paired up with Shotzi Blackheart, they did her dirty. They treated her as if she didn't belong there. Vince and Bruce did. Treated her almost like she, to them, wasn't the actual talent. They almost treated her as if she was nothing. They treated her like how Shotzi Blackheart got treated. They treated her like how Aleister Black and Andrade got treated on the main roster. They treated her like how Eddie got treated on the main roster. They treated her like how Akira Tozawa got treated. They treated her like how Cruz got treated. They treated her like how Ricochet got treated on the main roster. They treated her like how Matt Riddle got treated when they changed his name to Riddle. Remember that? Yeah, I ain't stupid. I still remember some of that. But you people don't think I remember that stuff, though. You people don't think I still remember some of that stuff. She got treated like how WWE changed Piper Niven's name to Doudrop. How they changed Nikki Cross' character, and turned her into that Nikki Ash, that Nikki Trash character. You know, the one with the superhero, right? Well, she's not Nikki Trash anymore. She's Nikki Cross, all thanks to Triple H. Nikki Cross loves that she's glad to have her character back. She never got to have her NXT gimmick because of Vince and Bruce. Never. Pretty sure Islam would have been treated like complete shit too with Vince and Bruce still being there. If Vince and Bruce were still there, Tyler Bate would be treated the same way. Trent Seven would be treated the same way. Noam Dar would be treated the fucking same way. Oh, hell, all the women and the guys and the men on the fucking WWE UK women's and men's rosters would be treated the same way. Like Bruce. Treated like freaking cows on the fucking moon. They would be treated as if they are just puppets and pawns. As if they are clowns in boxes. That's how Vince and Bruce would treat all the young talent on the main roster. Treated them like they were nothing. Treated them like they weren't actual talent. like they weren't fit to be there. I'm just glad Triple H is in charge. I'm glad Triple H has made a lot of changes to WWE. He's really helped out a lot of the talent there, man. He just don't know. Triple H doesn't realize how good he is doing. I don't think he does. Or maybe he does. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't. I'm not saying I doubt the guy. Karrion Kross. We got a video of Karrion Kross and Scarlett that aired. Scarlett had Tarot cards that she flipped over. I don't know what that is, but Kross talked about how the universe is chaos. This was a good video from Karrion Kross. Now, he had to teach McIntyre and Moss about the violence of the storm. Now, Scarlett then unveiled a target card with Rey Mysterio on it, indicating him as Kross' next target. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Legend versus veteran. Uh-oh. We're getting the legend Rey Mysterio versus the veteran Karrion Kross. This has veteran versus legend written all over it, man. Holy shit, that's going to be great. Rey Mysterio versus Karrion Kross. Oh, my God. Triple H is really fucking amazing changes now. Oh, snap. And if you don't think Karrion Kross Rey Mysterio is going to get better, just you wait until the Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns feud arrives on Monday Night Raw or SmackDown. Just wait till Cody Rhodes come back if you don't think Rey Mysterio versus Kross is going to be any better. Let Cody Rhodes come back. He wins that Royal Rumble, you can bet we are getting Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes for WrestleMania, or actually for maybe after WrestleMania. I think Roman Reigns is still staying with the company. But seriously, just wait till Cody Rhodes comes back, man. When Cody Rhodes comes back, he's going to win that Royal Rumble, and we're going to get Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes for the WWE Championship at some point. It could be after WrestleMania 39. Who knows? It could very well be after WrestleMania 39. Roman Reigns is not leaving WWE. He is probably going to sign another full deal with WWE. He's part-time. He's probably part-time because he's probably trying to decide what he's going to do. He's going to go to Hollywood, or is he going to stay with WWE? He's probably going to stay with WWE. He needs to, because I want to see Roman Reigns feud with more talent on that roster. I want to see Roman Reigns feud with guys like freaking Gunther. Guys like Gunther. Guys like I can't think of any others. I can't think of anybody else. Guys like Gunther, guys like maybe Sheamus again. Oh, guys like Braun Breaker, guys like Carmelo Hayes. I'd like to see Roman Reigns feud with guys like Von Wagner, or maybe guys like freaking Cameron Grimes. I'd like to see Roman Reigns feud with new talent, younger talent. Would you guys like to see Roman Reigns in AEW? Oh my God. Can you imagine Roman Reigns being in AEW? I think AEW might look to sign Roman Reigns if he leaves WWE. AEW might look to sign Roman Reigns. Who knows? You never fucking know, dude. You never fucking know. The real plan, the big plan might be to sign Roman Reigns in AEW contract. Who knows? You never know, man. If Roman Reigns goes to AEW, then you know the Usos and Solo Sikoa are going to be there. It only makes sense for the whole bloodline. For the Anoa'i family to be there. I think Roman Reigns is still staying with WWE, whether people like it or not. That's just me. I would love to see Roman Reigns versus Gunther. Roman Reigns versus Bobby Lashley. I forgot to mention Bobby Lashley. I didn't even mention him. Matches like that, man, would be great. don't even think we've seen Roman Reigns versus Madcap Moss yet. That would be a good match, too. Roman Reigns versus Rick Boogs, because Rick Boogs is big. Dude, Rick Boogs is big now. He is built. Wait until you see how many pounds Boogs is when he comes back, guys. He is in the best shape of his life, I'm telling you. What if we get Mojo Rawley versus Madcap Moss? Given that they both played football in the past. Given that they both I think they're both former NFL players. I think Madcap Moss was a former NFL player too, I think. Or maybe a former college football. Who knows? Anyways, we got a great video package from Karen Cross. Dan Kurt Angle's birthday celebration was announced for next week. I do have some news on that. Do have some news on what's announced for Monday Night Raw and SmackDown next week. As far as McIntyre and Sheamus facing the winner of the Usos and Riddle Elias from Monday Night Raw. You know it's going to be, you know they're going to book the Usos versus McIntyre and Sheamus for Elimination Chamber. You know it's coming. You know it's coming, man. You know it's coming, bro. It's going to happen. They're booking that for Survivor. They're booking that for Elimination Chamber. They are not booking that for the Royal Rumble. We're probably going to end up getting 8 or 9 Elimination Chamber matches, probably. And I bet you 4 or 5 of the matches are going to be women's matches. And 3 or 4 of the matches are probably going to be men's matches. So we're probably going to get 5 women's matches and 4 men's matches probably for Elimination Chamber. So we're probably going to get 10 matches for Elimination Chamber, more than likely. They got so many feuds going on in this division right now, it's not even fucking funny. You got Bianca Belair and Alexa Bliss set to feud. You got Nikki Cross and Candice LeRae getting ready to feud on Monday Night Raw. And then you got the feud of Rhea Ripley and Mia Yim. And then you have Damage Control starting their feud with Knox and Liv Morgan. I would not be surprised with Tegan Knox and Liv Morgan versus Damage Control, Io Sky, and Dakota Kai for Elimination Chamber. Oh, and then on SmackDown, you got Ronda Rousey starting her feud with Raquel Rodriguez. Shayna Baszler involved in the feud, as well as Shotzi Blackheart. You know, so many women's feuds going on. The ones on Monday Night Raw are better than the ones on SmackDown. I'm telling you right now. The women's feuds on Monday Night Raw are legitimately better than the ones on SmackDown. Another video aired from Uncle Howdy that focused on Bray Wyatt fooling people with his lies and said the truth would set him free. It closed by urging everyone to reveal what they are, basically. Ricochet made his ring entrance for the main event. We got the main event on Friday Night SmackDown. Man, I sound better than Mark Henry saying that. We got Ricochet versus Santos Escobar with Cruz del Toro and Joaquin Wilde at ringside in a World Cup Finals match. Now, obviously, this was another one of the best matches. And I'm just going to go ahead and give you guys 2 of the best matches on the show, in my opinion. The best matches on the show, in my opinion, was Gunther versus Kofi Kingston and Escobar versus Ricochet. Those were 2 best matches on the show, in my honest opinion. In my opinion, my own opinion. Zelina Vega sat in on commentary. Ricochet landed some strikes. Cruz del Toro provided a distraction. Escobar jumped Ricochet from behind. Del Toro and Joaquin Wilde were actually quickly ejected after they were both caught interfering. Zelina Vega protested She was also tossed. The match is now 1-1. Good. That's what the match freaking needed. Karen Cross continues to say a lot of words, but they don't land with certain people. As far as Magnet goes. Well, it lands with people like me. I mean, he's creative. He's great at what he does. He's continuing to improve more and more and more. He's getting better. Ricochet attempt a springboard, but Escobar tripped him up, dumped him to the floor. He then took aim at Ricochet and dove through the ropes, sending Ricochet flying over the announce table. Escobar then dragged him into the ring, covered for a 2 count. Escobar then applied a version of the lion tamer. Ricochet escaped, but Escobar dropped an elbow on his back. The crowd screamed about something. It seemed to be unrelated to the match. So then after Escobar missed, he missed a charge into the corner. After that, we got Ricochet going back into the match with an elbow strike. They traded somewhat suplex attempts near the apron. Both men ended up on the apron. Ricochet landed a boot to the face. And then he followed with a shooting star press from the apron to the floor. Ricochet landed a superplex. He then crawled over for a cover. Got a 2 count. Both men got to their feet. Traded strikes. Then they hit the ropes. Had a mid-air collision. We're down again. Escobar retreated to the floor. Ricochet followed and took a run at him, but Escobar moved. Ricochet tightrope the ring barricade, and Escobar jumped up there with him and pulled him down with a hurricane. Escobar took Ricochet back into the ring for a near fall. He then dropped another elbow on his back and landed a big slap to the chest in the corner. Escobar placed Ricochet on the top rope and climbed up to meet him. Ricochet shoved him off. Escobar slid out the apron to avoid an aerial attack. And then both men got on the top rope again, and Escobar attempted another hurricane. Ricochet landed on his feet. Ricochet landed a pair of suplexes, following a springboard moonsault for a near fall. Ricochet dropped Escobar in the corner, went up for a shooting star press. Escobar got the knees up, covered for a near close fall. He then went for the fat. Ricochet slipped up. Escobar fired back with a poison runner for another close near fall. Escobar picked up Ricochet and set him back on the top turnbuckle. Ricochet turned it into poison runner from the top, followed by a super kick. He then landed a 630 from the top, and it looked more like a 450, if you ask me. But anyway, he landed 630 from the top, got the win. After the match, Ricochet grabbed and celebrated with the World Cup. Fireworks went off. Gunther walked out to go face-to-face with Ricochet to close the show. This was the best decision that WWE's ever come up with, having Ricochet win the entire World Cup. It made sense creatively. He's a babyface. Escobar's a heel. There's no way you have a heel win the SmackDown World Cup. It makes no sense. I'm like how they went with that. It was a great match to close the show. Escobar and Ricochet work very well together. They have chemistry in the ring. This has takeover one-on-one singles match written all over it. Hopefully this performance turns into a big thing for both of them. Escobar was able to show out even in defeat. And he avoided the strange pairing of a heel versus heel feud with Gunther because it doesn't make sense. Heel versus heel, base versus face dynamic makes zero sense. None at all. I like it. The question becomes who he feuds with next. They could go back to Nakamura or perhaps even Sheamus. But they need to get him some wins first. You know how they give new talent magnets. Well, they need to book him in matches that he will win, and then they can get him feud with either Nakamura or Sheamus or even Rey Mysterio. It'll probably be a long time before we get Escobar and Mysterio feuding on SmackDown, because he's still Dominique and Rhea right now. Right? And now he's feuding with Cross. It's not going to sit well with Mysterio. That's not going to be good. Anyways, guys, that's going to do it for SmackDown review. Now we're going to review Rampage, and then I'm going to take a break and go warm up my pizza and go eat it, because I definitely need a break right now. First, we're going to review AEW Rampage, give you guys my thoughts on that show. So, the SmackDown review has ended. This is now your AEW Rampage review, guys. So, AEW Rampage, it kicked off with Darby Allin versus Karter. Allin made his entrance to kick off the show as well. Karter was already in the ring. Before the bell even rung, Darby Allin beat the hell out of Nick Comoroto with a bat. Darby then attacked Karter. The bell rang. Darby had control with a drop kick, which pushed Karter to the outside. Now, Darby went to the top. Karter pushed Darby off to the outside, where Karter powerbombed Darby on the apron. Back inside the ring, Karter threw Darby from corner to corner. Karter landed a drop kick. The action spilled to the outside. Karter threw Darby into the steps, rolled Darby back into the ring, back inside the ring. Karter drove some knees into Darby. And from there, they got their first picture-in-picture commercial break. So then back from break, Karter ran at Darby, but Darby moved, eventually chop blocked Karter, who came right back with an elbow to regain control. Darby tried to work Karter's fingers, but Karter hit Darby back before landing a cold red for a 2 count. Darby went to the top, but Karter cut him off to land a Falcon Arrow from the top for a 3 count. Karter went to the top, tries a 450, but Darby Allin moves, hit Scorpio. The Scorpio, not the radio, Scorpio, death drop. We're not thinking Florida, Georgia, man. In that Baby You're a Song, you know what wrong, windows down, Cruz, we're not thinking that. No. Darby then landed the coffin drop for the win. After the match, Renee interviewed Keith Lee. He was cut off by a debuting Sean Taylor from Ring of Honor. Taylor said Lee left him 6 years later. I do have some news on Sean Taylor, which we'll go over after the review, a little after the review. Sean Taylor challenged Keith Lee to a match at Final Battle. Swerve then walked into the frame. Lee asked Swerve if he could count on Swerve, I guess. Lee then walked away after silence. So he walked away out of silence, basically. Now, as far as Darby Allin versus Karter goes, I mean, the match had a few moments that really showcased Karter's inexperience. It was definitely an entertaining, energetic performance from both men. I mean, being the guy who has catch out when he hit suicide dive never looks really fun. It looked fun, man. Karter had a nice standing drop kick. He hit Allin right on top of the chest, sent him out the ring. Karter had a nice spinning elbow strike that Allin sold perfectly. You know, it was great. It was really, really great, man. All right. So they go back from break. We got a we got this Andrade Rush fashion Dark Order video. Renee Young was in the ring, welcomed the Acclaimed caster, referred the World Cup, and said, "This ain't TNA." So there's that. Oh, scissor me daddy, chants broke out. Renee asked, "What's next for the Acclaim?" Anthony Bowen said, "JJ interrupted their scissoring." Bowen said other people have to get to the back of the line because there's another team that's been waiting. FTR! Chants broke out. The Guns broke up the promo. The Guns said they were the best tag team in the world. No. No, you're not. The best tag team in the world is FTR. Jeff Jarrett's music hit, and Sanjay said the greatest tag team alive is JJ and Jay Lethal. No, definitely no. Heck no, definitely not them. Billy Gunn then got the mic and said the Acclaim wants the best, and with as much FTR's music hit. FTR is the greatest tag team in the world. Greatest tag team on the fucking planet, man. If you don't think they're the greatest tag team on the fucking planet, you got something wrong with you, man. Your head is fucked up. You're drunk. You're high on drugs or something. You gotta be high on some weed or something, man. If you don't think that FTR is the greatest tag team of all time. The FTR made their way to the ring. The Acclaimed and FTR shook hands. From there, we got a video package on Shida versus Penelope Ford. Not sure why we're getting that match. I'm not sure why they're feuding Harvey Shida with the Bunny and Penelope Ford. But anyway, nonetheless, the Bunny talked a lot. And they went back to the ring where Private Party made their way to it. We got Private Party versus Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal. This was basically a squash. Private Party basically got booked like dog shit and wasted on TV this week on Rampage. Yes, they did. Lethal and Quen began the match. Lethal had control before he tagged in Jarrett. Quen mocked Jarrett, but then that led to Jarrett and Lethal taking control. Now, before he tagged in Jarrett, Quen mocked Jarrett. That led to Jarrett and Lethal taking control. The action spoiled inside. And they got their next picture-in-picture, quote-unquote, commercial break. Back from break. Again, tired of these fucking breaks, dude. Quen essentially take over the entire match. Private Party went for the silly string and got it. Quen then went to the top for a 450. Landed on absolutely nothing. Because that's exactly what he landed on. Not a single shitting thing. But the ring. Quen was the victim of a lethal injection that was insisted by Jarrett. And that was enough for the win. Now, as far as the end of the match goes, we got a backstage interview with Saraya. Saraya talked about her brother, who was with her since day one. I was thinking day one-ish. Something Uso say on SmackDown when they were in their day one-ish character gimmick. When they were baby faces and heels in the WWE, when they were in the SmackDown Tag Team Champions. Yeah. But anyway, Saraya said Full Gear was a special moment for all the women in AEW. Saraya said she was proud of Britt Baker and Jamie Hayter. Oh, really? Now, why would you say that when you're a babyface? It sounds like she's breaking heel character when she says that, Saraya. Anyways, Saraya said she wants Hayter for the title. We then went back to the ring where Athena was making her entrance. Athena continuing her reign as a heel in AEW. We got Athena versus Danny Moo. Danny Moo got squashed and completely annihilated. They didn't even give her no fucking entrance. The match just started right away with Athena hitting the hell out of Mo, then landed rolling suplexes. Athena went for the pin, and it really looked like she was going to win, but Athena pulled Moo up. Moo hit a kick, but Athena responded by beating the hell out of Moo again. She hit her finisher, and that was it. After the match, Athena threw Moo to the outside, rammed her into the guardrail, and then the steps. You know, this was just one of those matches where you just pick up the remote and say, channel changing. Got a promo from Juice Robinson. Juice challenged Samoa Joe. Wow, man. Wow. Even though I'm not a huge fan of this team of Lethal and Jarrett, the match did unfold the way you would expect it. I mean, Lethal and Jarrett did use some dirty tactics, and their veteran experience to control most of the action, but Private Party kept finding ways to stay in the fight. They had some fun moves, but the match felt random. Private Party was buried, wasted, and booked like complete AIDS on TV. It was just not good for Private Party, dude. Their run in AEW is not going well right now. Same with Matt Hardy. Matt Hardy might as well retire, man, from AEW. They're not. I don't even think AEW is even interested in using Matt Hardy anymore on TV. Because of the Jeff Hardy situation. Maybe. Could be. Quen stood out the most for his high-flying antics. He was the one who ended up being pinned by Lethal in the end. Oh, man. The standoff with FTR and Acclaimed had a pretty thematic ending. That's the pretty good thing. That's the good thing about it. Oh, by the way, what's that thing we call them? What's that word we call them? Oh, the boys didn't need to be out there. They didn't. They really didn't. They really didn't, man. As far as Athena versus Danny Mo goes, as far as Athena goes, from a storytelling standpoint, I mean, this kind of worked. It made Athena look like a dangerous heel. Doesn't care who she has to hurt to get ahead when it comes to the content of the match. It was a basic squash. I mean, it didn't really look that good, but it kind of looked good. Kinda, sorta. They just didn't do much. They just didn't really do much, man. They really didn't. I don't even know why I'm talking about this match when I don't even like squash matches on TV. Fuck squash matches. I really don't. Like I'm telling you guys right now, I don't like squash matches, man. But even though I hated the match, the Athena match was exactly what it should have been. And I'm glad she's finding the edge that she has found in herself as a heel. I mean, Saraya, meanwhile, was good in her mission statement. I mean, it did feel too nice. The whole thing reeked of, well, hi, I beat Baker, Jamie, Hayter was great. She, even though she broke character as babyface, made it sound like she was a heel saying what she said. When she said, I beat Britt and Hayter is great. When she said Hayter is great. When she said Jamie is great, it sounded like she was breaking character as a heel when she said that. It sounded like she was turning heel. Just to keep in mind, just keep you guys in mind. Just a reminder. Ha, I want the title. Ha. On top of that, great, says Saraya. It was great. It was great, man. Fuck Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal. They don't need the titles. Get Lethal away from Jarrett. Why don't you break up Lethal from Satnam Singh and Sanjay Dutt so Lethal can be a singles competitor again? Because this is not working for Jay Lethal, man. I can stare a hole through Jay Lethal and his faction. This is not going well for Jay Lethal, man. I don't even know why they had him paired up with Jarrett. Jeff Jarrett shouldn't even be wrestling on TV. He should be back there booking events, producing AEW television rather than wrestling. He really should be. No shit. I'm serious. So we got this Mark Henry segment, and it was kind of funny because Danhausen winded an axe, but that was about it. He welded an axe, and that was about it. Goes to show you how much AEW doesn't give a shit about Danhausen on TV. I mean, look at how Danhausen's been treated. Like as if he's no value to them. They gave him a gimmick change, and that's it. Haven't even booked him in matches. Haven't even gave him his push in AEW or anything. Hello, Danhausen's a wrestler too. Danhausen should be treated the same way that all these other talents in the AEW and WWE should be treated. Like actual stars, like actual megastars. But yeah, Danhausen wielded an axe. That was about it. They find Danhausen something to do, man. Pretty sure he's getting bored being on TV, not doing nothing. I mean, you gotta feel bad for the guy, really. All these people shitting on Danhausen. You know, Danhausen is great. He's another one of the greatest creative minds in sports entertainment. Darby Allin cut a promo calling out Samoa Joe. Turns out Sting and Wardlow will be banned from ringside for the TNT title match. And if you guys, for 1 second, think that we're getting Samoa Joe and Wardlow feuding with Darby Allin and Sting, you got another thing coming. I mean, did we not just see Samoa Joe turn on Wardlow? I mean, there's no way we're getting that. There's no way with Wardlow versus Sting and Darby. That'd be lame, turning Samoa Joe back babyface, having him reunite with Wardlow after he just turned on him. That'd be stupid. Come on. Orange Cassidy versus QT Marshall was the main event of AEW Rampage. It was in a lumberjack match for the AEW All-Atlantic title. This was the only best match on the show, in my opinion. This was the only match I enjoyed watching. The rest of the matches were just lackluster and just less important. They were, in other words, unimportant to watch on TV. Especially that squash match between Athena and Danny Moe, even though it made Ember Moon look great as a heel. But I wasn't interested in watching the match. I just didn't like the match. I like how they're building it up, but I just didn't like the match, man. It's that simple. Kassidy wrestled the first few seconds of the match with his hands in his pockets. How can you wrestle? How can you wrestle with your hands in your pockets, man? Kassidy is that talented, dude. Marshall hit a backbreaker and threw Kassidy to the outside. Instead of beating up Kassidy, Matt Hardy kindly rolled Kassidy back into the ring. Ethan Page knocked Matt Hardy out of ringside, and that took us to our final picture-in-picture break. What in the world is Matt Hardy doing coming out? Jesus Christ. Matt Hardy must have came out because he must have thought that Orange Cassidy was Isiah Kassidy. Golly, man. You got Matt Hardy coming out for? Really? Jesus Christ. Matt Hardy's got to get the fuck out of there, dude. They're treating him like God. They treating him like God, you know what? Oh, my God. Matt Hardy's got to hurry up and retire, dude, before they do worse with him. Really. I feel even more bad for Matt Hardy. Guys are not getting more TV time. Guys are not getting used right on TV. Telling you, Matt Hardy's going to lose his cool eventually, and he's going to leave there. He's going to leave that company, man, because the way they treated him. I can easily see why Jeff Hardy's not there, because he was suspended without pay, and he had a third DUI charge. Having Matt Hardy come out to think that Orange Cassidy was Isiah Kassidy, man, that'd be fuck. Oh, man. Rampage has got to get better, man. They show this. Oh, my God, man. Rampage, their shows have been so bad, dude. I'm not even joking. Their shows have been... Oh, man. Oh. You got Matt Hardy coming out, having him think that Orange Cassidy was Isiah Kassidy. You legitimately got Matt Hardy coming out thinking that Orange Cassidy is Isiah Kassidy of Private Party. Goes to show you how off track AEW is with their roster, man. Oh, I mean, doesn't get any worse than that, right? For the love of God, man. Please put Matt Hardy in a better role. Put Matt Hardy in a better feud instead of having him come out, having Ethan Page kick Matt Hardy out the fucking ringside. Matt Hardy shouldn't even be associated with best friends in Orange Cassidy at this point. I guess it's Matt Hardy's way of continuing his feud with Ethan Page. Now, Jesse, Chi-Town's Marq claimed that the Matt Hardy Firm feud was one of the best feuds on Dark. And I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that one. I mean, JD was quick to shut that down. I don't blame him. I don't like the feud on Dark. I haven't watched Dark for the last 2-3 weeks because all they've been booking is squash matches after squash matches after squash matches. There's no story. There's no build. Nothing. Nothing on the show. Nothing on Dark and Elevation. Nothing on those shows are important. Nothing. Not a single thing on Dark and Elevation interests me anymore. Besides Dynamite and Rampage. Some weeks Rampage is great, some weeks Rampage is not. So Rampage went to a final break of the evening. Back from break, a lot of the Lumberjacks fought before Kassidy hit the Stun Dog Millionaire. Kassidy tried to lift Marshall, and couldn't get him over because he was hurt. Kassidy then hit the DDT. Kassidy was going to run at Marshall, but the Lumberjacks pulled Marshall to the outside. So then, on the apron, Marshall said he'd break Kassidy's neck, but Danhausen got on the apron to stop it. As a result, Kassidy hit a leap into everyone on the outside. Kassidy went to the top rope, but Penelope Ford distanced, or should I say distracted Kassidy. Cringe. Typical, I think she was doing something cringe when she was looking at Kassidy. I'm not sure. Maybe, I don't know. Penelope is great too. I don't know. I can't see how Tony Khan is not pushing talents like Penelope Ford. She is great too in her own right. Go show you how lost their women's division is. I mean, at least the AEW women's division is doing better than SmackDown women's division. SmackDown women's division sucks. Just throw it out there. Even JD has said the same thing. I'm not the only one that said the SmackDown division sucks. No, like I've been saying it before he has. Anyways, as I was saying, as I was reading here, as I was saying to you guys, they come back from break. Darn, that woman just did her sexy. Whoa, damn, she fine as hell. Get your mind out of the gutter, IWN. Get your mind out of the gutter, man. Back from break, a lot of the Lumberjacks fought before Kassidy hits the Stun Dog Millionaire. Kassidy tried to once again lift Marshall. Kassidy couldn't get him over because he was hurt. Yada, yada, yada. Kassidy hit the DDT. Kassidy was going to run at Marshall. Lumberjacks pulled Marshall to the outside on the apron. Marshall said he break Kassidy's neck. Danhausen got in the apron to stop it. As a result, Kassidy hit a leap onto everyone on the outside. Marshall claimed he'll break Kassidy's neck, but he never did. Kassidy went to the top rope. Penelope Ford distracted Kassidy. Kip Sabian then pushed Kassidy off the top rope. This is another thing that had me disappointed. Why would you have Kip Sabian and Ford coming out in the middle of Kassidy's match against QT Marshall? Oh, I guess because that's a way of them setting up Kassidy's next feud, which will be with Kip Sabian. Great. Can't hardly wait. Anyway, Kip Sabian then pushed Kassidy off the top onto a cutter from Marshall. Still, Kassidy hit the orange punch, which looks like Roman Reigns' Superman punch, sort of. And the beach break for the win. After the match, Kassidy and Sabian brawled while everyone else brawled. But then the lights went out. This is the third week in a row they have the House of Black doing this. Third week in a row. House of Black were in the ring. I got some news on them. They beat everyone. They hit Dante's Inferno on Serpentico. The House of Black beat everyone up to end the show. I hope they weren't referring to Dante Martin. Is that something Dante Martin and Darius Martin does as a team? Is that a move that the House of Black have stolen from Top Flight? I don't know, maybe. The match was fun for what it was. Of course, best friends are going to play off the Lumberjack thing. Of course, it was funny. Same goes for Danhausen. There isn't really anything bad to say about any of that besides Matt Hardy coming out thinking Orange Cassidy was Isiah Kassidy. Oh, man. Ethan Page kicking the crap out of Matt Hardy. Kip Sabian and Penelope Ford came out. That confused me, too. I guess that was a way to set up Kassidy's next feud, which is with Kip Sabian. Now, there isn't really anything bad to say about any of that. The fact that QT Marshall continued to find a way into main events or programs on AEW programming as well as New Japan Pro Wrestling programming means he knows something that I guess majority of us don't. So I guess hats off to him for that. I don't say that ironically even a little bit. I mean, the post-match angle was for what it was, I guess, because House of Black really should just be a group of people. No. They not only should just be a group of people to show up to beat people up, but they should be booked in trios matches. They should be booked in matches. They were given magnets. They established themselves to the crowd. Now they need to be booked in matches. And we need to see them going after the Elite. So that means when the Elite beats Death Triangle to become the two-time AEW Trios championships, or become the AEW Trios champions, when the Elite beats Death Triangle, become the two-time AEW Trios champions, we need to see the beginning of a House of Black and Elite feud. That should be House of Black's first feud in AEW. Them feuding with the Elite for the AEW Trios championships. And I'm willing to bet we're getting House of Black versus the Elite for Revolution. More than likely, maybe. We might get it for Revolution. That might be another match we should consider. You know we're getting MJF versus Bryan Danielson for Revolution. You know we're getting Thunder Rosa versus Jamie Hayter for the AEW World Women's Championship for Revolution. I mean, that's 3 matches right there. That's 3 matches right there for Revolution, for AEW Revolution pay-per-view. That is legitimately 3 matches right there that Tony Khan should book. I'm just saying. That's just me. All right? The way I'm looking at it. Now, it feels like AEW is getting it right this time around. As far as Dynamite and Rampage goes with Dark and Elevation, no. They need to work on it. They need to stop booking all those squash matches and book real competitional matches on there. I'm tired of seeing squash matches on both shows. That's why I stopped going live by Dark and Elevation watch-alongs in the first place. Because all I've seen from them is just garbage after garbage after garbage after terrible television. That's all I've seen. But we are getting Kassidy versus Sabian. That's what it's setting up for. It's setting up a Kassidy-Sabian feud, which should be very, very, very good for now. Now, this was one of the more lackluster mid-episodes of Rampage for the last few months. The only best match on this show was Orange Cassidy versus QT Marshall. Well, this was one of the best Rampages of the last few months because of QT Marshall versus Orange Cassidy. That's the only reason why people are saying that the Rampage was one of the best Rampage episodes of the last few months. Orange Cassidy versus QT Marshall ultimately stole the show and made Rampage look good. Now, the rest of the show didn't make Rampage look good. That's why I said Rampage was not that good. Period. Darby Allin versus Cole Karter was way better than Ember Moon versus Danny Moe. Even better than Private Party versus Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal. I would totally take Darby Allin versus Cole Karter over Private Party versus Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal and Athena versus Danny Moe. I'd take Orange Cassidy versus QT Marshall over all the matches. So, thank you guys for joining the live chats for your SmackDown AEW Rampage review. That's going to do it. If you guys enjoyed both reviews, hit the thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Don't forget to hit the notify me button when I schedule my reviews and watch-alongs every week. Also, please go check out my Survivor Series one of the last week. I made two new thumbnails for them as well. If you guys haven't checked out my Dynamite review, go check that out as well as my AEW Dynamite watch-along. You can go watch that if you want. I'm still going to be uploading Sky Blue versus Jamie Hayter at #1. I'm still going to be uploading that match onto the channel. And I'm going to be uploading plenty more of my favorite matches from AEW this year onto the IWN YouTube channel for you guys to watch. Also, you guys can add me on Facebook. You can follow me on Instagram. You can add me on Snapchat. Links to all my accounts in the description below. Again, I just want to thank you guys for joining the live chat for both my AEW and SmackDown reviews. I will be right back. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and then when I come back, I'm going to be giving you guys your WWE and AEW Saturday Night News. You know, the Saturday Night News that I was supposed to give y'all yesterday. Today's Sunday now, but I'm still going to be giving you guys your WWE and AEW Saturday Night News despite the fact that today is Sunday. So I'll be right back. I'm going on break. Don't go anywhere. I will be back in about, I'd say, 5 or 6 minutes. Then when I come back, that's when I'm going to give you guys your WWE and AEW Saturday Night News. We got a whole bunch of WWE and AEW news to go over, guys. Before my WWE and AEW Sunday Night News live stream, which will be live this Sunday night. Or it may be live this Sunday afternoon, who knows? It depends on what comes on the ID channel. I'll let you guys know. I keep you guys updated. Of course, I have my community page. It's available on there. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to take a break. I'm going to eat my pizza. I'm back, and I'll go over your WWE AEW Saturday Night News. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. I hope to see a lot of people in here by the time I come back. Gonna put on some more good tunes for you guys and get ready to change the music. I'll be back. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for me to give you guys WWE and AEW Saturday Night News. Sorry, I'm okay. Of course, we're going to start with your WWE Saturday Night News. We're going to start with the news on Survivor Series. You guys are going to be shocked about this news. So, apparently, a huge name was absent from WWE Survivor Series War Games production. WWE held Survivor Series on November 26th. But one big name backstage was absent. One big name was absent backstage. Vince McMahon worked closely with a lot of people over the years. Who gives a fuck? But few had the same access that what Kevin Dunn did. They had access that Kevin Dunn enjoyed. Speaking of the guy, Kevin Dunn is WWE's executive vice president. Television production, and he's been a fixture in the company for over 12, or should I say over 20 years. Dunn is usually present to run the production truck for every WWE main roster show. The Survivor Series was an exception. Ringside News, my only sources I have in the wrestling community, was told that Kevin Dunn was not at Survivor Series. Oh, good, like they didn't need him anyway. Really, come on, give me a break. This was seen as a big surprise for many backstage, as Dunn took his vacation during this time. Good, nobody cares. Now, Ringside News were told that he's still with the company. Again, nobody cares. Get him out. The way I see it, get him and Bruce out. Get him out. Get him out. Anyways, he took a vacation for Thanksgiving weekend, and everyone knows this because Kevin Dunn doesn't miss major premium live events. Kevin Dunn doesn't miss premium live events, just like Carmelo Hayes doesn't miss from the three-point line. Naturally, this was a big topic of conversation among producers prior to the event as well. Now, Brian Phantom ran the truck in Kevin Dunn's absence for the event, as if any of you guys care to know who Brian Phantom is. I don't think you don't want to know who he is. Anyways, they were told, Ringside News were told that Kevin Dunn will be back at television this week. There was some talk that he was in the Stamford studio on Wednesday. I guess we'll have to see what the future holds for Kevin Dunn and WWE, says Ringside News. The two sides have enjoyed a very prosperous relationship so far. Kevin Dunn is sticking around, even though the Triple H regime changed. What is y'all's take on this situation with Kevin Dunn in WWE? Let me know in the live chats. Or should I say the live chat, because the live chat is right beside my screen. On the screen. So you can even comment on my YouTube live chat. I have both live chats available. Live chat from Restream and live chat on YouTube. All right, moving on to your next WWE Saturday midnight news here. Now, this one is on Stephanie McMahon, and we do have some more news on her as well. We might, because I did see in another news article on her. Stephanie McMahon plans to bring WWE Stadium event to Australia. Now, this is something Emma needs to look into going to, because Emma clearly is born and from Australia. So she was born, raised from Australia. And this is something Emma should go to. Something Madcap Moss should consider taking his wife to. The WWE Stadium event to Australia. In Australia. WWE has been dominated by the McMahon family for many decades. The company is being passed down from generation to generation. Stephanie McMahon is the current co-CEO of WWE alongside Nick Khan, no relation to Tony Khan. After her father, Vince McMahon, you know Vince McMahon is related to Stephanie and Shane McMahon because that's his son and his daughter. Suddenly retired. Stephanie, like her father, appears to be committed to the growth of WWE. Stephanie McMahon and Nick Khan recently represented the company at the Wells Fargo TMT Summit. This is where she discussed WWE's focus on international growth and her desire to form a stadium show in Australia. She even discussed establishing local performance centers with local talent to replicate the lines of business they have here in WWE on a much smaller scale. On a much larger level, in my eyes. I don't know about scale, but level. The way I think of it, I'm thinking on a much smaller level. Huh. Says here, and I quote, in addition, this is what Stephanie McMahon says. She said, in addition to that, international is the focus for us, as we have discussed in the past, but now we really have the opportunity to create what we call global localization, or global, where we can create local performance centers with local talent. Replicate the lines of business that we have here in WWE and do it on a much smaller scale. But ultimately, hopefully, that'll lead up to the bigger product and potentially create a World Cup type scenario, which would be fun and exciting. And then she goes on to say this. It also then, of course, is an opportunity for talent to rotate throughout, and we can have local stars that can ultimately come up to the main roster of WWE. End quote. That's what that is what Stephanie McMahon, Triple H's wife, said. Now, Stephanie McMahon pointed at their new Foxel deal in Australia. She then highlighted some keys. She highlighted some key questions they are considering before actually bringing a stadium event to Australia. Now, she also stated that the terms of their international premium live events, domestic strategy, and how they plan to maximize their opportunities will be noted. Now, this is what she had to, this is the other thing she had to say. This is what else she had to say about it. She said, and I quote, she continues saying, I quote, you look at our new deal in Australia with a Foxtel, where we need to bring a stadium event to Australia as well. And how are we looking at that in terms of our international premium live event? She questioned that, and then she goes on to say, how does that work in terms of our domestic strategy? How are we going to be able to maximize our opportunities there? End quote. I guess we'll have to see how Stephanie McMahon actually. We'll have to see how Stephanie McMahon's new venture actually turns out. Ringside News will keep an eye on this story for me and all the other young YouTube content creators that consider Ringside News their sources, of course. No, they're my sources for a legit reason, for a lot of reasons. Now, anyways, moving on to the next news. We got some more news on Stephanie McMahon. Some more WWE Saturday Night news on her. Now, I don't know if you guys know, but Stephanie McMahon actually bragged. Yes, she did. She actually bragged about WWE's innovative White Rabbit angle for Bray Wyatt. Excuse me. No, I'm not kidding. She actually did that. So as soon as I find that, I'm going to go over that with you guys. That article on her. There it is. All right, so Stephanie McMahon is currently at the forefront of WWE's management. She, along with WWE President Nick Khan, serve as the co-CEOs of the company, of course. Of course, we all know that. The duo's creative regime is currently led by Triple H, who has brought a company makeover to the entire WWE landscape. Recently, Stephanie McMahon discussed about Hunter's White Rabbit project back in October the 22nd. Or should I say October 2022? I don't know why I said October 22nd. I don't know why I'm thinking it was October 22nd when it's clearly October 2022. That man on TV legitimately has eyes bigger than Woody from Toy Story 3. Oh man, I just seen a man with big eyes like Woody on TV. It made me laugh. Bigger than fucking Buzz Lightyear's eyes, man. Hell, he looks like Buzz Lightyear a little bit, sort of. Anyways, I was talking about that man on TV. Anyways, the White Rabbit project began with Jefferson Airplanes namesake music playing and QR codes appearing at WWE television live events, leading to certain clues regarding the mystery. I can easily see why Ringside News said that Stephanie McMahon bragged about WWE's innovative White Rabbit angle for Bray Wyatt. And here's another reason why they said Stephanie bragged about the White Rabbit angle. You guys get ready to find out the real answers, the true answers to why. Now, like I said, Jefferson Airplane's nickname, music playing, and the QR codes appearing at WWE television and live events, leading to certain clues regarding the mystery. WWE highly anticipated and creative roller coaster ride came to a conclusion at the end of the Extreme Rules pay-per-view with the resurgence of Bray Wyatt back to the WWE. The creative vision for this project was coincided by WWE. It was conceived by WWE Chief Content Officer Triple H, who currently handles the reins as head of creative. Hunter has been also credited for the return of Bray Wyatt in the weeks of mystery hyped his comeback even more. Stephanie McMahon, Triple H's wife, spoke about her husband's vision for the White Rabbit project at the Wells Fargo 2022 TMT Summit. She said here, and I quote, "In terms of in-ring content under Paul Levesque, it's one of the key strengths that he was one of the biggest performers in the history of our business. He understands what it takes to be a successful superstar. One of the most successful. He understands audience connection and how to create content in a way I don't think many do. Now, when you think about the changes he made, she goes on to say the talent he's brought back, not only bringing back stars, but he's doing it. For an example, she goes on to say, we were bringing back one of our biggest stars, Bray Wyatt, whose character is a bit of cult type leader. We used a multimedia approach and hired a horror writer to help us craft this narrative, so fans were engaged. We started doing QR codes randomly in the background. It's what we called the White Rabbit Project. There were interactive games. There were different misleads. We have one puzzle that was coordinated to a record store in Corbin, Kentucky. That was not Baron Corbin, not Happy Garbage, not Happy Corbin, man. No. They're talking about Corbin, Kentucky, a country. That was White Rabbit Records. It happened to be that the people at the store played along. Our fans would call and ask, what's going on? Is someone returning? What's happening at WWE? And she goes on to say they would use some of the languages we were used in the campaign and then hung up the phone. Then Stephanie goes on to say in the last long paragraph that one of the codes drove us to a date. And that date happened to be SmackDown that was happening. It looked like it could be a date or a time code. September the 23rd or 9/23 at 9/23, we saw viewership increase 20% over the time period. It's strategies like that work because the audience is different and they're growing and evolving. Some people want to have a lean back experience, and that's great. But a lot of people want to engage deeply and have fun and have misleads and misdirections. The worst thing in the world is when things are predictable from a content perspective. Something Vince McMahon and Brooks doesn't give a shit about or doesn't understand. In my opinion, anyway. Then she goes on to say, we want to make them unpredictable, end quote. Triple H has appreciated for the return of other top stars, such as Johnny Gargano, Braun Strowman, Strowman Express we get every week. Karrion Kross and Mia Yim, not Mia Kim, Mia Yim. Get her name right to the geeks in the community, man. If she wants her name to be Megan, her name can be Megan. Hit on it all you want. You guys are just jealous of Mia Yim's spotlight on Monday Night Raw, jealous that she's getting the biggest push of her career. My goodness. His creative regime has significantly revamped the entire WWE product. It is believed that they will lead the company into a progressive and complete new creative direction. Now, do you guys like the White Rabbit Project? Now that I told you guys, I read to you guys about it. About the fact that Stephanie McMahon bragged about WWE's innovative White Rabbit angle for Bray Wyatt. Did you guys like the White Rabbit Project they were showing on SmackDown, teasing the return of Bray Wyatt? Let me know in the live chat, please. I really appreciate it. Now, we're going to go ahead and move on from that news, that WWE Saturday Night News, to the news on the Royal Rumble event. Now, apparently, WWE considered gimmick match for Royal Rumble. It says here that WWE's Royal Rumble pay-per-view is the company's next big thing. Or should I say next big show? And I guess we got almost 2 months of build for that event in San Antonio, Texas. January 28th will be here before we all know it. It'll be past my 24th birthday. And WWE is considering some big plans. My 24th birthday happens to be on January 25th, in case you guys didn't know. Now, wrestling news reports that WWE is currently considering a Hell in a Cell match for the big show. Not Paul White, not the big show, but the deal show. Not the wrestler big show, but you know what I mean. In the minds of the go, it's not the big show, man. From AEW. No. Please, don't let it be him. Please, no. He needs to stay retired, man. I don't know why. I don't know why they're still having him on TV, man. On AEW television. Now, it was not noted who the participants in that match might be. There's been talk in WWE about a Hell in a Cell match happening at the Royal Rumble Premium Live event. It says, and I quote, end quote. Triple H made it clear in the media conference after Survivor Series War Games that Hell in a Cell matches are blown-off matches. Are blow-off matches? What is that? So it basically says this is why the gimmick match lost its yearly pay-per-view. No more gimmick matches. Get it out. Get it off the television. Makes me want to say, get it out of the game. Anyways. Only time will tell how often WWE holds Hell in a Cell matches. But it seems that fans might not have to pretty much wait long to see their next contest in the unforgiving structure. Now, to talk about WWE Hell in a Cell match was according to Wrestling News CEO over on Twitter. In case you guys didn't know where it came from. Moving on to the next news on Vince McMahon. God, this guy is a fucking sicko. He is such a freaking psychopath, man. I hate I have to go over this news on this 77-year-old senile, demented, dumb. I have to go over this news on this 77-year-old senile, demented Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon scandal affected WWE's ability to sell sponsorships. Vince McMahon shocked the world by announcing his retirement from WWE earlier this year. Good! Get out! I'm glad. Good, I'm glad he's gone. The news came in the midst of sexual assault allegations. Not dead gone, but I'm glad he's gone from WWE. I mean, he cost WWE a lot of money, dude. Why would anybody be glad he's gone? I mean, I just said it. I'm not going to say it again. The scandal sent shockwaves throughout the industry. And WWE even launched an investigation into this that revealed that Vince McMahon paid hush money to several women. I've heard this the last 2 months now. It's getting annoying. Brendan Thurston of WrestleNomics reports that Stephanie McMahon talked about how WWE is seeing positive momentum with sponsorships after a pause. This went down as WWE chairwoman and co-CEO Stephanie McMahon and co-CEO Nick Khan appeared on the Wells Fargo TMT Center conference with analyst Stephen Cahill on Wednesday in Las Vegas. That's Charlotte Flair right there, man. Although Triple H took over creative control. Instead died the ship. The damage had been done. The damage had been done. Which had affected the promotion's abilities to sell sponsorships. Sponsorships! IWN. Jimmy, why aren't you helping me get my fucking shit right, man? Come on, man. I'm sitting here misspelling stuff and you're not even helping me. Give me a break. My goodness, man. WWE Chairwoman and CEO Stephanie McMahon Nick Khan appeared at the Wells Fargo TMT conference with analyst Steve Cahill. When she revealed that they are once again seeing a positive momentum with sponsorships. It says here, and I quote from Stephanie McMahon, we're seeing positive momentum with sponsors. And again, like I said on the calls, we did have a pause. In addition to the Marco headwinds, of course, there was some change in things that happened in our company this year. Vince McMahon, when I speak on pause, Vince McMahon can fuck off and go take a loss. We're finally seeing for next year what we wanted to see, Stephanie McMahon said. I was right! Look at that! I said, I think, it says, and I quote, I think from Stephanie McMahon. Look at that, I was right. Right, IWN right again, man. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at that. I proved to be right. It was from Stephanie McMahon in this quote. She was the one that said all this. So now it isn't a surprise that sponsors don't really want to work with a company that was headed by a person embroiled in such a controversy, which could be what influenced McMahon's decision to step down. Oh, I mean, do you blame him, man? I mean, the guy is a sicko, man. He's the devil. He's evil, man. He doesn't give a fuck about women's wrestling. He doesn't even give a fuck about men's wrestling. He only gives a fuck about himself, power, and the money, and everything else, man. Everything else that's uncaring to him. Same with Bruce Pritchard. What do y'all think of this story, man? Let me know. Next, we have some WWE Saturday Night News and WWE interested in purchasing other companies, apparently. Jesus Christ. The reason why I said Jesus Christ, because this news is true, because I've seen it floating around on social media. WWE has undergone a lot of drastic changes since Triple H took over creative control of the company. It started with WWE signing previously released talent. One of the biggest changes WWE is planning in the coming years is the addition of more international events. Wonder what they're going to do with those. Guess we'll find out. WWE is also planning to add more performance centers around the globe to train young athletes. Recently, in the Q3 earnings call, the quarter 3 earnings call, Q3 stands for quarter 3. Stephanie McMahon mentioned that mergers and acquisitions are one of the areas for potential growth. During a recent appearance at the Wells Fargo TMT conference with analyst Stephen Cahill, McMahon was asked about this. It says here, and I quote, just to examples of what I meant by that. An acquisition has to align with our capabilities, whether it's smaller wrestling promotions, say internationally, McMahon said. And quote, Brandon Thurston of WrestleNomics speculates that they might be interested in companies in Mexico and Japan. Oh my God. And you know who's in Mexico? You know who's living in Mexico, right? Tessa Blanchard and her husband, Darby. They could be recruiting Tessa Blanchard and Darby. We could see Tessa Blanchard and Darby in WWE. You know, they're from Mexico. They live in Mexico, and we see them in WWE. You never know, man. It says, and I quote, for a quick survey of Japan, Bushiroad owns New Japan Pro Wrestling, the leader there, as well as Stardom, the women's wrestling promotion, which is probably the fastest growing company in the region. Additionally, Cyber Agent owns Pro Wrestling Noah, DDT Pro Wrestling, and Tokyo Joshi Pro Wrestling. Oh my God, I didn't even know that. No, I know now. Then it continues to say Noah would be among the biggest companies in Japan after New Japan's wide lead. Dragon Gate and All Japan Pro Wrestling, I believe, says Stephanie McMahon, are more independently owned. Now, the Japanese companies owned by large parents like Bushiroad and Cyber Agent seem to me less likely to be acquired. But then again, if one of those conglomerates ended up in cutting mode in a major economic decision, it's coincidental. They, like Sinclair Broadcasting did earlier this year with Ring of Honor. Then they go on to say, might look to sell their wrestling assets in Mexico, where I think they're going to get Tessa Blanchard and Darby. They're going to be in WWE at some point if they're looking to buy promotions in Mexico. The major two companies have long been AAA, Lucha Libre Worldwide, and CMLL. Both have been family owned for decades. Thurston wrote. End quote. So this was wrote by Thurston, pretty much. WWE's strategy to purchase wrestling promotions around the world could fit in well with their plans for global localization, where performance centers will be set up to train the local market. It will be interesting to see which wrestling company WWE will be looking to purchase first. Which wrestling company do you guys think WWE should purchase? Let me know in the live chat. Got some news on Tammy Cinch, even though nobody gives a fuck. I do have some news, some WWE Saturday news on Eric Young as well. We're going to go over that right after I go over this news on Tammy Cinch. So apparently, Tammy Cinch is taking bookings while incarcerated. God, you could tell she looks like a fucking female monster, dude. Look at her eyes. Look at her face, man. She looked like she needs to stay in prison. Oh my God. Tammy Cinch shot to fame during her WWE tenure between 1995 and 1998, but those glory days are behind her. At one point in her career, Sonny was one of the top wrestling personalities in the world. At least it's not talking about Sonny Kiss, thank God. No disrespect, not trying to be rude or mean. Her poor life decisions landed her in jail, but that won't stop her from taking bookings. Earlier this year, Tammy Cinch was arrested and charged with one count of DWI causing death, DUI manslaughter, a felony in the third degree, one count of causing death while operating a vehicle with a suspended or revoked driver's license. Same thing Jeff Hardy got, DWI charges. A felony in the third degree. Wouldn't be surprised if Tammy Cinch is in the same jail that Jeff Hardy's in. I mean, you never know. They could be in the same jail. Could be. Well, anyways, a felony in the third degree, 4 counts of DWI or should I say DUI. DUI. So check this out. She was charged with 1 count of DUI causing death, DUI manslaughter, a felony in 3rd degree, 1 count of causing death while operating a vehicle with a suspended revoked driver's license, a felony in the 3rd degree, 4 counts of DWI. I call it DWI, but there's a difference between DWI and DUI. DUI causing injury to a person, and 3 counts of DUI causing damage to property, following the death of 75-year-old Julian Lessiter. Come to think of it, DWI and DUI almost sound the same, actually. But she caused damage to property following the death of 75-year-old Julian Lessiter during a traffic incident in Ormond Beach, Florida. Now, Sonny dropped a post on her Instagram, not Sonny Kiss, Sonny. Tammy Cinch dropped a post on her Instagram account soliciting bookings to her for later this month. And in 2023, a pretrial date is set for December the 12th. This is quite confusing. Quite confusing. Very, very confusing. I mean, do you blame Ringside News for saying that? I mean, it honestly, it clearly is. Clearly it is, man. Sonny dropped. So again, I'm going to read this to you guys again. Sonny dropped a post on her Instagram account soliciting bookings for her later this month in 2023. I'm getting sleepy, y'all. That's how you know I'm getting my shit right, because I'm getting sleepy. I need to go to bed. A pretrial date is set for December the 12th. So this is quite confusing, and I agree with what Ringside News said. Even I think this is confusing. I mean, this is bogus. How the fuck are these people that work for the jail that she's incarcerated in letting her solicitate bookings for her this month and in 2023? How are they doing that? But it says here, and I quote, "Good morning, everyone," from Tammy Cinch. "Good morning, everyone. I have started accepting bookings for the end of the year Christmas. Please email me at tammylyn0712@gmail.com with serious inquiries only. Please message me here may be missed. So email is the way to go. I look forward to seeing you all soon." That quote. As if anybody's going to be seeing her, you got to be kidding me. If you think for 1 second anybody is seeing Sammy Cinch, you got another thing coming. Them people probably looked at this and probably said, "Oh, H to the no. She done killed 2-3 people off now." Now it appears as if someone close to her believes that she is going to be allowed to exit her incarceration facility soon. Guess we'll have to wait and see how the pretrial hearing goes. Why would they let her exit her incarceration facility? So meaning she's going to be out of jail. She's going to be out on bond. Is that what that means? I'm pretty sure nobody wants Tammy Cinch out on bond. I mean, really. She caused 2-3 deaths. I mean, she caused injuries and all that stuff. Why would you want somebody like that? Nobody like that should be out of fucking jail. Nobody like that should be released from their facility. People like that deserve to be incarcerated in jail. She kills someone and is doing this. She has no fucking remorse. She didn't even apologize to the people. She didn't even fucking apologize to the people that she injured and killed. Man, this crazy, man. This freaking crazy, dude. She's crazy. How are they gonna let her out? How are they going to let her out incarcerated? They're going to let an incarcerated woman out of her facility, out of her fucking goddamn prison cell. You serious? Stay in prison, lady. You deserve your time in jail. Tammy, I can't even get her fucking name right. Dude, it's so terrible. I can't even get her name right, dude. Tammy Cinch needs to stay in prison. If you did something bad, if you injured somebody or killed somebody or caused a death, you should be serving time in prison. Why are you taking this time to fucking solicitate bookings for yourself this month in 2023? You did the crime. You paid the crime. You did the crime. You do the time. You did the crime. You do the time, woman. You don't even deserve a chance in hell to fucking get out. Got some nerve to be fucking soliciting bookings for this month and in 2023. How the fuck is she gonna be able to get out of that facility? There's no way. There's no way those prison employees are letting that woman out of her fucking prison cell. You guys know how many people she killed, how many people she injured? If you injure somebody and kill somebody, you should be serving time in prison. You shouldn't be fucking allowed to have access to fucking phones, access to a laptop, access to a fucking goddamn tablet, let alone access to a darn TV. You should be rotting in prison, man. But she doesn't want to rot in prison because she thinks she's fucking innocent. Yeah, sure. Police had evidence to prove that she was guilty, man. I'm pretty sure there's footages of her. Footages showing her in her car running over this person, killing him. Pretty sure there's videos surfacing around on the internet of Tammy Cinch in her car running into fucking 2 goddamn cars. Really? This woman deserves to spend the rest of her life in prison. The way I'm seeing it. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. This fucking geek says, around 7 years ago, I banged her. We got drunk and fucked for 1 hour. This guy is clearly a fucking dick-riding asshole for saying what he said on the article that Ringside News posted on their website. Like, who the fuck says that on ringsidenews.com? Who the fuck comments that on the website? This guy's a complete jackass and a complete perv, man. Anyways, there's some news on Eric Young set for WWE return. It's going to be great to see him back. And I think there are rumors going around that Cody Deaner could be done with Impact too. Cody Deaner could be going with Eric Young to WWE. Eric Young could be bringing Cody Deaner with him. Who's to say Triple H doesn't bring back Alexander Wolf in Killian Dane? We could see the reformation of Sanity on SmackDown. Only this time, Cody Deaner as the new member of Sanity. Who's to say we don't see those guys back? Who's to say Triple H doesn't bring those guys back? Oh, you know he is. You know he's going to bring back Alexander Wolf and Killian Dane. They're coming back. They're coming back. Killian Dane versus Bronson Reed? Jesus Christ. That'd be a cool also, man. Killian Dane versus Strowman? I don't even want to see Strowman in WWE, but I will like to see them face to face though. So it says here that Eric Young's rise to the prominence. And I don't even want to say it, man. I don't even want to say it, man. I really don't. Nah, I'm going to get it over with. I'm just going to get it over with and say it. Eric Young's rise to prominence and impact. Nobody watches Impact, Jimmy. Who they got over there? How many fans they got over there in attendance? Two? Give me a break. Nobody watches that show. Nobody watches that shit, man. That shit sucks. Anyways. Eric Young's rise to prominence in Impact Wrestling is well documented after several years as a comedic character. I was thinking I was going to say as a comedian character, but anyway. Eric Young evolved into a bona fide star for the company, winning the company's top prize in the process. Only to Impact Wrestling's financial struggles. Their show sucks! That's why. Nobody attends their tapings or their events because their shows suck. It's simple. Eric Young left the company in 2016 and went straight to the WWE. But then, during his NXT run, Eric Young formed Sanity alongside with Nikki Cross, no longer Nikki Trash, Killing Dane, and Alexander Wolf. Young would even win the NXT Tag Team titles along with Aleister Wolf. Or should I say Alexander Wolf? I'm getting Aleister Black mixed with Alexander Wolf. However, things started falling apart after Sanity moved to the main roster. It got bad from there because Vince and Bruce was still in charge at that time. It was clear right from the start that Vince McMahon had no clue what to do with them after floundering for years on the main roster. Eric Young was released from the company in April 2022 just because they had no other plans. Fuck the budget cuts. No other plans for Eric Young. That's why they released him in the first place. Following his release from WWE, Eric Young rejoined Impact. I don't know why he was going to go to a promotion like that. I mean, that's one of the worst promotions I've ever fucking seen suffer for 8 years. Where he, again, won the brand's top prize within just 2 months. However, it now appears that Young might be out of the company again. Good. Get out of there, man. Get out of there. They are not doing you any good. Get out of there. Eric Young's final Impact Wrestling television appearance, where he was stabbed by Diener, aired on I think it aired on this past week's episode of Impact. Now, PW Insider confirmed from multiple sources that Eric Young is to return to World Wrestling Entertainment. However, there's no official word regarding his start date. I think my prediction is that Eric Young is to return with Cody Diener, Killing Dane, and Alexander Wolf. That, or he's going to return just with Cody Diener, or he might just return by himself. One of the three. One of the three, man. Either he's returning by himself, he's returning with Cody Diener, or he's returning with Cody Diener, Killing Dane, and Alexander Wolf. And they'll be known as Sanity. Either they'll go to Monday Night. If Sanity comes back, they'll probably be on Monday Night Raw or SmackDown. I can see Killing Dane and Alexander Wolf being brought back by Triple H. I can see that happening. I can see Triple H bringing those two back, putting those two back together with Eric Young. I can see Sanity having unfinished business with SmackDown and Raw tag team divisions in WWE. I could see them coming back soon. I could see AOP being brought back to the company as well. We could see AOP feuding with the Viking Raiders and Indus Sher in WWE. I can also see them going at it with Top Dollar. From the big guys down there, you know. I can see them going at it with Strowman. Or maybe Omos. Oh, please, keep Omos on TV. We don't need to be seeing Omos back on television. Pretty sure Triple H is getting tired of him anyway. Because he hasn't been seen on TV the last 3 weeks. So, There's some news on Roman Reigns and Kevin Owens. So Roman Reigns went off on Kevin Owens after Survivor Series War Games slap. Roman Reigns led the Bloodline to a victory over Kevin Owens, Drew McIntyre, and the Brawling Brutes as the men's War Games match last Saturday. During the match, however, Kevin Owens confronted the Tribal Chief, slapped him across the face, allegedly rupturing his eardrum. Needless to say, Roman Reigns was not happy about that at all. According to Wrestling Observer newsletter, there was a backstage controversy after the show. There was a notable large bruise under Reigns' left eye. Roman Reigns was enraged and yelled at Owens backstage. Numerous sources claim that Reigns was irate because of the injury, as well as the fact that it wasn't a spot he was aware of, and that doing it in the match didn't make sense to him. Reigns was visibly enraged. I mean, do you blame him? I can see why he was. But by 20 minutes later, it had mostly died down. Says here, and I quote, there was a backstage controversy after the show during the men's War Games match. Owens slapped Reigns. The shot landed hard. Reigns had a big bruise visible from it under the left eye, and there were unconfirmed reports that his left eardrum was ruptured. And then it says here, and it continues to say, there was finally a left eardrum injury. Reigns was furious. And backstage after he went off on Owens with swearing and such. According to numerous sources, Reigns was mad both because of the injury, but also because it wasn't a spot he had known about and felt it didn't make sense to do it in the match. Some said it happened. Reigns was obviously furious, but it largely blew over by 20 minutes later. I wonder what Jay thinks of this. Anyways, Toro reportedly plans to put Owens against Reigns at the upcoming Royal Rumble Premium Live event. I don't mind seeing that match for the Royal Rumble. I don't think it should be booked for Elimination Chamber, no way, because it wouldn't make sense. I think it makes more sense to book Owens versus Sami Zayn for Elimination Chamber. Now, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens, guys. What do you guys think of this story? Let me know. All right. We got some more news on Kevin Owens. As you all know, Kevin Owens suffered through backstage issues prior to Raw this week. I guess it was due to Roman Reigns yelling at him and swearing at him, and other things too. Kevin Owens ended up suffering an MCL sprain following a match during the WWE Sunday Night Stunner House show in Madison, Wisconsin on November the 13th. His status for Survivor Series was in question. He managed to compete at War Games nonetheless. Owens even had back issues before Raw this week. Following his match at WWE Survivor Series War Games, Owens ended up competing this week's episode of Monday Night Raw. He had an absolute barn burner with Jey Uso as Owens won the match. While speaking on WWE After the Bell, Kevin Owens talked about his overall health. Owens revealed that his back hurt before Monday Night Raw, and his knee issues are largely present even now. It says here, and I quote, "I guess I'm fine. I think it really changed by the day. You could ask me that question tomorrow, and I'm feeling awful. But today I'm okay. I'll get out of my car, and my back could be shot, and I'm not aware until I start walking. The last few months have been interesting in that aspect," says Kevin Owens. Then he goes on to say, "I'll wake up fine. By 2 o'clock, my knees don't work. It really hasn't started hitting me until recently. Honestly, these weird aches and pains will come and go. In this moment, I'm sitting on my truck. I feel great. My back was really bothering me going into it already, and I've had knee issues into the last few weeks. I went in feeling pretty beat up, but it worked out really good, and I think everyone enjoyed the match, and so did I. It's nice to walk away from it all with people enjoying what you do. End quote. We'll have to wait and see what WWE will have planned for Kevin Owens, as the company clearly has an interesting direction for the prize fighter. Hopefully everything turns out okay for him and his back issue resolves itself before things get worse. What do you guys think of the story? Let me know. Here's some news on Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes is back to normal training after pec surgery. Cody Rhodes became one of the highlights of WWE television once he made his triumphant return to the company. During WrestleMania 38, his stock only rose with every passing week thanks to his solid presentation and mic skills. Rhodes had been out of action due to injury. Seems he is finally back to normal when it comes to his training. The American Nightmare had all the momentum in the world since his return. But he has been absent since Hell in a Cell due to a torn pectoral muscle. Cody Rhodes underwent surgery for his injury and has been working hard rehabbing his injury afterwards. According to Dave Meltzer on the Wrestling Observer newsletter, Cody Rhodes is recovering at a solid pace. In fact, he is back to normal when it comes to his training regime. It says here, and I quote, Cody Rhodes' recovery. Cody Rhodes' recovery is going well. He's been working heavily with top-level trainers to put on size and strength and hit 240 pounds legit. Wow, that's a lot, which may be the thickest he's been in his life. He's back to normal when it comes to his ability to train and left. No word when he'll return, given it makes sense for it to be a surprise, says Dave Meltzer of the Wrestling Observer Radio, end quote. Cody Rhodes hinted at making his return during the Royal Rumble match next year, but nothing is confused as of yet. So I guess we'll have to see if he will actually return during the event or not. As fans certainly miss the American Nightmare. What do you guys think of Cody Rhodes? Turn off in the live chats. All right. Next, we have news on WWE discussing how to improve future War Games matches. Now, WWE's plans for War Games matches following Survivor Series 2022 has been updated. For the November 26th premium live event, the popular stipulation was brought to the main roster. On the show, there were 2 War Games matches. Becky Lynch, Bianca Belair, Alexa Bliss, Asuka, and Mia Yim defeated Damage Control, Rhea Ripley, and Nikki Cross on the show's opening match. In the main event of that pay-per-view, the Bloodline defeated the Brawling Brutes, Drew McIntyre, and Kevin Owens. In an interview with Kevin Owens on After the Bell, announcer Corey Graves stated that following the success of Survivor Series War Games, WWE has been considering how to better utilize the stipulation. Graves compared Kevin Owens, who has participated in the War Games twice, for his first time getting to call the event. He mentioned that it was the first time it happened on the main roster. And that that terrible commentator known as Kevin Patrick, was there. Graves then disclosed that they had a meeting, as they do every week before Monday Night Raw. This was the first War Games match on the main roster. There were questions about how to make it better and how to modify it. Now, Graves explained how a lot what's going on and how they got both the men's and women's all in the same night. He claimed that it is quite difficult to differentiate two matches of the same style within the same card. Graves concluded by saying that it was a very exciting conversation that everyone enjoyed. Yes, it was a great conversation that everyone enjoyed. So he says here, and I quote, you got Kevin Owens competing inside the War Games twice. It was my first time getting to call War Games. Obviously, the first time it happened on the main event, or should I say the main roster? He said the main roster. That's what he said. So he said, obviously, the first time it happened on the main roster, Monday morning. Full disclosure to everybody, Kevin Patrick was there. We had a meeting, as we do before Monday Night Raw each and every week. There were questions asked as to how to improve War Games. How do we tweak War Games? Because this was the first rollout. Then he goes on to say, we got the men's and the women's all in the same night. There was a lot happening. It's very difficult to differentiate two of the same style matches within the same card. Kudos to all 20 people involved, because that's exactly what happened successfully. It was a very exciting conversation to be a part of, because everybody across the board went, cool, Saturday night was a success. How do we make it better? My eyes are so blurry, man. End quote. My eyes are so blurry, y'all. Can't even read it. Can't even see anything. Hey, my eyes gotta be so blurry, man. According to a recent report, WWE is considering bringing back another classic match type for the Royal Rumble in 2023. We'll see what the company has in store for us next. Hopefully it isn't anything bad, isn't anything terrible, hopefully. I will be keeping an eye on this story, guys, definitely. Now, there's some more news on Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens wants a match with Roman Reigns in front of real fans, and Kevin Owens asked Cody Rhodes permission before Dusty Rhodes War Games tribute. Now, Kevin Owens is one of the most beloved superstars in all of WWE thanks to his excellent character work and dedication to the art. And that includes as a heel and a babyface. He faced off against numerous top stars in WWE. And that includes Roman Reigns. Owens is now determined to battle Roman Reigns again. It's time for the real fans. Prize Fighter battled Roman Reigns throughout the Thunderdome era in WWE. That's the era I hated, where they put on bangers every time. Owens last faced Reigns during the 2021 Royal Rumble, where Reigns won in the end. Those matches were great, but they missed the electricity of having real fans present. While speaking on the After the Bell podcast, Kevin Owens talked about his feud with Roman Reigns. Owens made it clear that he wants a match with Roman Reigns in front of real fans. He says, and I quote, I don't think much has changed, honestly, since their last match. I think I was pretty well equipped back then, too, and it just didn't work out that way for, a multitude of reasons. I just think there's unfinished business. I think the story is just not done. I think a lot of people watching would agree. I absolutely, and I'm one of those people that agree. It's been 2 years since all that stuff happened. Everything Roman and I put each other through happened in the arena, says Kevin Owens. During the pandemic, he goes on to say in these last quote paragraphs that I would love to be able to get that, recapture that, and see what happens when it's in front of a sold-out arena. or sold out stadium, whatever it may be. Get the feeling, the energy of a crowd watching what's unfolding in front of them. I'd love to get to do that one more time. I'd love to get to do that one more time for my own benefit, just to be able to hear what we can do with the fans in the stands. End quote. Have to wait and see whether Kevin Owens will get a chance to square off against Tribal Chief in the future or not. It appears that as of this writing, Ringside News, the writing is on the wall for that to take place, possibly at the Royal Rumble. Fans would love to see Owens dethrone Reigns once and for all, but a fierce showdown in front of live fans will still be great to see. It would be great to see them face at the Royal Rumble. It's better than them facing off at WrestleMania. Now, Kevin Owens asked Cody Rhodes permission before Dusty Rhodes War Games tribute. Now, Owens also paid tribute to Dusty Rhodes with his attire. While still speaking with After the Bell, Kevin Owens talked about his tribute to the late great Dusty Rhodes by wearing his iconic red elbow pad and t-shirt. Owens revealed that he got Cody Rhodes permission for the tribute. Says here, and I quote, to be part of the first one on the main roster. I took the opportunity to wear Dusty's shirt in the red elbow pad as a tribute to him. I talked to Cody beforehand, make sure he was cool with it and everything. It's just always net to be able to tie back to history. Gave Dusty a little nod. I tried to do that as much as I can. End quote. Owens ultimately lost the match as Sami Zayn chose the bloodline over him. Owens also wants a match against Roman Reigns in front of real fans. I just went over that already, the news on that. We'll have to wait and see what WWE has in store for Owens next. Now, Roman Reigns handpicked Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens for the long-time storyline. Now we all know the Tribal Chief Roman Reigns is operating on an entirely different level. He is billed as the greatest WWE superstar of the modern era. His position at the top has earned him significant creative control over his booking and character. Roman Reigns repeatedly has used that creative freedom to handpick Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens for working on a long-term basis. We know that. And we also know that Sami Zayn became one of the hottest acts on Friday SmackDown. Zayn's work as the honorary Uso of the Bloodline made him a cornerstone on the Blue brand. Yes, it did. Also, winning over the WWE Universe, Kevin Owens' addition to the mix comes in naturally with his long-term friendship with Sami Zayn and heated rivalry with Roman Reigns over the years. WWE Survivor Series this past weekend saw a spot in the men's War Games where Kevin Owens landed a stiff slap onto Reigns, causing him to suffer a reported eardrum injury. This led to a bit of friction between the two rivalries backstage. Or should I say, two rivals backstage. However, it seems like the issues have been resolved moving forward. Kevin Owens' natural heat with Roman Reigns and Sami Zayn's incredible character work has made the head of the table pull some strings of his own. According to the Wrestling Observer newsletter, Roman Reigns used some of his creative pool to work with the Crossfighter and the former conspiracy theorist on his long-term bloodline storyline. Kevin Owens is looking to be next in line, challenge Reigns for the Undisputed Universal Championship at WWE's next premium live event, Royal Rumble, which I already said the last 2 times already. Being the first pay-per-view of the year next year. Sami Zayn, on the other hand, looks to stay tight in the bloodline after proving his loyalty to the faction. as WWE Survivor Series. Do you guys think Kevin Owens will challenge Roman Reigns next for the title? Sound off in the live chats, please. Now, there's some news on Charlotte Flair. Hold on. Let me cut on my camera so I can make you guys laugh. There's some news on Charlotte Flair. Ronda Rousey, I'm about to take the AEW World Women's Champion from Hater. I'm going to be defending against Thunder Rosa. That's the news on Charlotte Flair, man. So apparently Charlotte Flair, she was spotted training with Alba Frey and Zoe Stark. Why? I don't know. I don't know, man. I have no freaking clue. Man.
I used to be an adventurer like you. Then I took an arrow in the knee.
I don't know, man. Anyways. That's the way I feel about it. Yeah, anyway, that's the way I feel about it. But anyways, Charlotte Flair is one of the greatest female WWE superstars of this generation. Oh man, I'm gonna regret ever saying that. No. Psych! No, she's not. Not even close. No. Sorry. Not even close, man. I got you motherfuckers that time. I got you Charlotte Flair fans in the community thinking I was a fan of Charlotte Flair. Yeah, nice try. No. I'm not a fan of Charlotte Flair. No. Sorry. You can get that out of your heads now. I'm not a fan of Charlotte Flair, who looks like the ugly version of Android 18 from Dragon Ball Z. Well, Dragon Ball Super's Android 18 was better than Dragon Ball Z's 18. Yeah. Just throw it out there. But it looks like Flair is gearing up to step back in the ring after she dropped a recent photo with the two NXT talents, Alba Frey and Zoe Stark. Now, Charlotte Flair was the reigning WWE Women's Champion coming out of WrestleMania 38. Yes, sure she was, because of her political ways, probably. With a victory over Ronda Rousey, and what was one of the worst matches on the WrestleMania 38 card. Easily the worst match on that card. She was last seen at the next pay-per-view, WrestleMania Backlash, losing a high-stakes I Quit match in her SmackDown Women's title to the baddest woman on the planet, taking a hiatus right after that. The Queen was believed to have taken off due to her impending marriage with her longtime boyfriend, AEW superstar Andrade El Idolo, somebody that's not getting TV time in AEW. I don't know why. Somebody that's trying to request for his release because he's not being used on TV. It seems like Rush is being more used on TV than Andrade is. Isn't that something? Bandino's being used on TV more than Andrade. Isn't that something? All these other Mexico wrestlers being used more on TV than the Mexican himself, Andrade. Many believe that she would have returned by now. However, news reports suggest that she had taken an extended break due to personal reasons. Yeah, sure thing. Good. The 14-time champion has been dropping hints lately, indicating towards her return. Charlotte Flair recently posted a photo on her Instagram story where she can be seen inside the squared circle in training mode. Oh God. Please no. Oh God, I'm about to sound like JD on one of his reviews. Oh God, please no. Oh God, no. Please no. Anyways, she can be seen inside the square circle in training mode with Anarchy Prospect, Zoe Stark, and Alba Frey, thanking the ladies for helping her out in the ring. It says here, and I quote, "Thank you, ladies, Zoe Stark and Alba Frey," end quote. Charlotte Flair was rumored to return as the fifth member of Bianca Belair's team in the War Games match this past weekend at Survivor Series. However, that spot was filled in by the returning Becky Lynch. Yes! 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 I'd rather have babyface Becky Lynch on that team than Charlotte Flair. I mean, Triple H clearly saw that coming. We all knew Becky Lynch was going to be the fifth member, dude. No way Triple H was putting Charlotte Flair as the fifth member. No way Triple H was booking Charlotte Flair to be the fifth member of that team. I think Triple H easily sees how freaking awful Charlotte Flair is. That's just my way of thinking, that Triple H thinks that Charlotte Flair is awful in the ring. I mean, do you blame Triple H for not putting Charlotte Flair on Team Bianca Belair? I know I don't. I don't. I don't, man. I'd rather, it's better, it was better, put it this way, it was better off them putting Becky Lynch on Team Belair than them putting Charlotte Flair on Team Belair. Babyface Becky Lynch, I'll take any day of the week. That's my favorite Becky Lynch right there. That's the Becky Lynch I was a fan of. Believe it or not, all those years ago, that was the Becky Lynch I was a huge fan of. When I had WWE 2K20, I loved what they did to her. I loved the man attire that she wore and everything. The man Becky Lynch. That was one of my favorite Becky Lynch gimmicks in the WWE. And I'm still a huge fan of Becky Lynch's the man gimmick. It's better than her heel gimmick, her heel character. That's for sure. The babyface Becky Lynch is better than the heel Becky Lynch, in my opinion. I'm just being honest. Becky Lynch seems to think the opposite, but oh well, it's her opinion. I mean, she can think what she wants, I guess. The next logical place for Charlotte to make her comeback could be as a, oh God, please no, not a surprise entrant. No, not that too, man. Her comeback could be as a surprise entrant in the 2023 Royal Rumble match. I hope not. I hope to God not. Nobody wants to see Charlotte Flair back on television. If Charlotte Flair comes back, the Charlotte Flair haters are going to be popping up, shitting on her all over again. They're gonna hate the fact that she came back. If she comes back, she's going to regret the day she ever came back, because Charlotte Flair haters are going to be all on her dick on Twitter. I'm telling you right now. Hold on. Let me say it again. I'm going to say this again. The Charlotte Flair fans, the Charlotte Flair haters, not Jamie Hater, but the haters on Twitter, are going to be all up on Charlotte Flair's. Yeah. I think you guys get the point. But, anyways, man. I wish they would give Alba Frey her freaking original ring name back. They need to give her original ring name Kaylee Ray back. Why is she being called Alba Frey? That is one of the worst names I've ever heard. Give her fucking Kaylee Ray name back. We want to see Kaylee Ray. We want to see her nickname being Kaylee Ray again. I'm tired of hearing this Alba Frey name. Please, for the love of God, please just give Alba Frey back her original ring name, Kaylee Ray. I'm tired of it. Tired of hearing it. I really am. It's ridiculous. Vince and Bruce really fucked up Albert Frey, man. They really fucked her up. Anyways, I have some news on Monday Night Raw. I do have some Monday Night Raw news. So, Monday Night Raw plans for... I have some news on Raw plans for a day after Christmas. Still up in the air. Now, we all know that Monday Night Raw always puts a special show around Christmas. Usually fans will get to witness a Christmas-themed street fight that is just fun to watch. However, this year's edition of Raw after Christmas is still up in the air. Well, according to the Wrestling Observer newsletter, there are plans up in the air regarding the December 26th edition of Monday Night Raw. They also noted that WWE is planning 2 shows that night, one in Columbus, Ohio, and the other in Madison Square Garden. However, there isn't much information available regarding these shows, says Wrestling Observer newsletter. It says here, and I quote, this is from them. It says that, excuse me, had something in my mouth. I had something in my mouth. It says here that even though it's only a few weeks away, plans are still up in the air for the 12th, for the 12th month of December, which happens to be December 26th. I mean, I just said it not too long ago. They have 2 shows that night, one in Columbus, Ohio, and the other in Madison Square Garden. For whatever reason, damn, the police is pulling that man out the car like crazy. But anyways, for whatever reason, the decision was made not to tape that night. The 2 ideas looked at right now were either taping 2 shows on December the 19th, which you can do with SmackDown, but I don't know how you can do that with a 3-hour draw or during a best of 2022 show. An announcement is expected to be made any day now. Both shows are advertised as house shows from the Wrestling Observer newsletter. End quote. This year's Raw after Christmas will be the first one under Triple H's regime. Therefore, it will be interesting to see. I guess if it will, that it might be. We're not sure yet. It could be possibly be interesting to see if Triple H will have anything special planned for the show. He always has something planned for a pay-per-view or a show. Triple H is known for that, so it should be good. Hopefully, it'll be better than the one that was produced and written awful when Vince and Bruce were in charge, you know. Anyways. Now, we've already went over the news on the spoiler. WWE plans for... We already went over the news on the WWE spoiler plans for Raquel Rodriguez, so we're going to skip that. I already mentioned that in the SmackDown review. We're going to go over the news on WWE set to host live events in India after 5 years absence. India. Please. Jinder Mahal's hometown. Really? WWE is set to return to their second largest market inside the United States for the first time in over 5 years. It was recently revealed that the global juggernaut will be hosting a live event in India in January 2023. Now, new ideas, new details have emerged surrounding the mega show in the land of India. The Scottish Warrior Drew McIntyre visited India the last 4 months, or should I say last month, not last 4 months, on a WWE promotional tour and was involved in shooting for a Bollywood project as well as content for the Indian market. McIntyre was also a part of a sit-down interview with Raju Des Gupta. Discussing, see, this is why I don't like to say Indian names, because they get all confusing. Discussing WWE's next move in the Indian market. WWE is planning to host a grand live event in the near future, with many sources confirming that the event would be hosted in January, according to a recent report by PW Insider. The live event was confirmed to take place in India on the January 18th. The show will be an exclusive SmackDown brand event. Raji definitely sounds like an Indian name, and that's because it is. And it says here, and I quote, WWE will be returning to India for a live event next month. PWInsider.com has confirmed, well, the event has not yet been announced. They were told it would be Wednesday, January the 18th. It's currently slated to be a SmackDown brand episode. This would be the first live event in the country since December 2017. You know Jinder Mahal is going to be on it. Jinder Mahal is going to be on that show because it's in India. It's in his hometown. End quote. Joe McIntyre is presumably a lock to perform at the WWE India live event. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the return of Shinky. Jesus Christ. They need to give him his name back. His ring name, his regular ring name back. So, while the rest of the card remains to be unknown at the moment, it will be interesting to see the type of matches and superstars playing for the event. Looking to be revealed in a matter of weeks. You know Jinder Mahal, Shinky, Sangha, Veer Mahal, all of them are going to be on there. You know they are. Mansoor, Mishwa is going to be on there. You know, the other guy's name, the other guy from India, what's his freaking name? Yeah, I forgot his name. The bar guy from NXT. You know he's going to be on there. So, you guys excited for the live event in India? Let me know. There's another guy from India on the NXT brand, on the NXT roster that's going to be there too. I don't know his name, but he's going to be there too. Moving on to some news on WWE having plans for Bray Wyatt's green mask. Bray Wyatt, of course, he made his return to the Extreme Rules Premium Live event. And I want to remind those of you that it completely shocked everyone in attendance. And it also included the eventual formation of his much talked about possible Wyatt Six faction, in case nobody didn't know, in case anybody didn't catch up on that the last 4 months. For the past few weeks, WWE has been using some specific props for Bray Wyatt, and this week's SmackDown will be no different. It claims. That's what it claims, at least. It was this week's SmackDown was indeed no different, because we saw Bray Wyatt cutting that promo and continuing his feud with LA Knight. Now, the green mask that Bray Wyatt had at Extreme Rules, as you guys know, it was sent to SmackDown for use. Now, it's worth noting that several times that element and plans for the various masks were delivered. They changed or just weren't used. His return. So, it was noted also that various props have been sent to SmackDown for use in recent weeks, and they were never used on the show. So I guess we'll have to wait and see how WWE will book Bray Wyatt and LA Knight in the coming weeks. We'll have to see how they book the Bray Wyatt LA Knight feud in the coming weeks, man. So, y'all's take on this? Oh! There's some news on Robert Roode. Or should I say Bobby Roode? They didn't give his ring name back to Bobby Roode. Whoa! There's some news on him. Bobby Roode made his WWE debut in 2016. I loved his glorious gimmick. It was one of my favorite gimmicks on the NXT, where he showed up at NXT. Since then, Roode's WWE career has been hit or miss, just like Carmelo Hayes don't miss. from the free throw line. Although his initial career in NXT saw him win the NXT Championship. The later part of his WWE run hasn't lived up to his experience on the developmental brand. Now his career has another step back. Recently, rumors started doing the rounds that Robert Roode would be returning to the ring. He was even present backstage for a few shows. However, that doesn't seem really likely, considering Roode just underwent neck fusion surgery for his C5 and C6 vertebrae. Roode posted the post-surgery picture on Instagram with an update as the caption. He says here, and I quote, IG, thank you to Dr. Andy Cordova and his amazing staff at Andrews Sports Medicine and St. Vincent's Hospital in Birmingham, Alabama. C5-6 fusion is complete. Now the work begins. Recovery and rehabilitation. Looking forward to the challenge. End quote. Given the seriousness of the surgery, it looks like Robert Roode will be out of action for quite some time. I wish him a speedy full recovery. Even Ringside News wished him a full speed recovery as well. Roode's run on the main roster has been overwhelming, to say the least. He hasn't done anything newsworthy. Most of his time recently has been on the shelf. He hasn't appeared on WWE television for quite some time due to an injury. Hopefully, he will be able to recover quickly and get back to the ring after surgery. Yep. Now, folks, send your wishes and your thoughts and prayers to Robert Roode during these difficult times. Hopefully he gets better. And I'm actually going to show you guys an image of Robert Roode in the hospital. That's where Randy Orton was for his fusion surgery. Going to show you guys an image of Robert Roode. Barrett's is going down. I don't like this. All right, guys, here's an image of Robert Roode. There he is. There is Robert Roode sitting in that hospital bed. There he is. Looking like he's recovering faster than a run. Hopefully he recovers from his injuries, because that looks bad. It's really, really bad for him. It really does. Hopefully he recovers, man. Now, if anybody has any questions about this news on Robert Roode, man, let me know. And I'm willing to answer your questions the best way I can. The best way I know I can. I don't know what happened, but I just had the article in here and it just came off. That's weird. Why did it do that? Okay. The world? Hey. I'm about to darn say, we about to have a darn problem. We was about to have a problem, man. Okay, so Cody Deaner spoke about Eric Young at the reports of WWE return. So as previously reported, Eric Young is set for a WWE comeback. The former Impact World Champion will rejoin the Stanford-based promotion under the Triple H regime. But it remains to be seen when he will show up in WWE. Young's character was stabled to death. He was stabbed to death on Impact. Vignette aired, or should I say vignette, aired during the December 1st, 2022 edition of Impact on AXS TV. Stands for Axe TV. And storyline. Eric Young was killed by fellow Violent by Design member Cody Deaner, who took over as the new leader of the Notorious stable. Deaner took to Twitter following the infamous angle to share his thoughts on the culmination of his storied alliance with his mentor. Number one, this is the most creative passing of the torch moment in wrestling history. This is the coolest thing I've ever done in television wrestling. This is a masterpiece on every level. Wait until you see what happens next. End quote. Triple H's takeover of WWE set things in motion for Eric Young to return to WWE. We have to wait to see what does the game have in store for the former leader of Sanity. There's some news on Tegan Nox returning to SmackDown last Friday. So Nox couldn't showcase her babyface potential due to persistent injuries and was released from her WWE contract. Now, Tegan Nox made her return to the Stanford-based promotion. And Tegan Nox made her shocking return to Friday Night SmackDown this past Friday. The NXT alumna appeared in time to make the save for Liv Morgan from Damage Control. Bayley, Dakota Kai, and Io Sky cleared the heel faction known as Damage Control out the ring. The Welsh star has been in talks with WWE for a comeback, of course. Triple H's takeover. Well, WWE set the stage for the return of many stars, including Mia Yim and Tegan Nox. WWE is packaging the terrible Lacey Evans and her gimmick on SmackDown again. Lacey Evans had to take a break from WWE due to her pregnancy. She came back with a new gimmick. She came back with more. She came back with more like an even more brain gimmick. Talk about new gimmick. She came back with an even terrible gimmick. But even that didn't last long. She's getting another character change on SmackDown. WWE aired a video package for Lacey Evans during SmackDown. As seen in the vignette, Evans is reconnected with her Marine roots as she performed multiple drills. I wish she would go back to the Marine. Lacey Evans had previously teased going back to her Marine roots. The SmackDown star dropped the tease following her loss in the six-pack challenge during the Veterans Day edition of Luke Brand. It remains to be seen when Lacey Evans will return with her new gimmick on SmackDown. I'm telling you right now, her freaking potential is going to fail under Triple H's regime. Nobody's looking forward to Lacey Evans' return at all. Nobody. 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 Period. I'm serious. Nobody is looking forward to her return. Hell. Nobody. Moving on to the next news here. To your next WWE Saturday Night News. Kurt Angle's birthday celebration and more is announced for SmackDown this coming Friday night. Kurt Angle dominated SmackDown during the Ruthless Aggression era, putting on spectacular matches against the likes of Brock Lesnar, The Undertaker, Rey Mysterio, to name a few. The Olympic gold medalist will return to the blue brand next week. Just for his birthday, though. Just for his birthday. Now, WWE announced that Kurt Angle will appear on SmackDown next week to celebrate his birthday in the WWE Universe. Angle last appeared on the Blue brand on May the 29th, 2020, when he announced Matt Riddle's main roster debut. So once he had announced main roster, Matt Riddle's main roster debut, I'm looking for where's that freaking charger? That other charger I had. Where is it? Oh, there you go. Anyways, guys, as I was saying, when he announced Matt Riddle's main roster debut, plus Drew McIntyre and Sheamus will challenge the Usos for the undisputed tag team championships, because there's no way Matt Riddle and Elias are winning. Matt Riddle and Elias are not winning. There is no way in hell they're winning that. They're not winning that title match. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you who's coming out as the WWE Undisputed Tag Team Champions. The Usos. The Usos is going to walk in and they're going to walk out still your WWE Undisputed Tag Team Champions. And when they do, I think that's the moment Elias is going to turn on Matt Riddle. It's probably going to give us a Matt Riddle-Elias feud. Going forward, we're probably going to get Elias versus Matt Riddle at Extreme Rules, only for Elias to lose, only for Elias to beat him up, only for Dexter Lumis to come out. Now, the card for SmackDown so far will be Kurt Angle's birthday celebration. WWE Tag Team titles will be on the line. Shayna Baszler will be on SmackDown. And Ronda Rousey will be back. She's set to appear. Oh, God. Please, no. Please, not her. What's y'all's take on this story? This is going to be a lackluster episode of SmackDown. I can see it now. This is going to be one of those episodes where people are going to be like channel changing. I can just feel it. I know. JBL's Invitational Poker Tournament was added to Raw for this Monday's episode of Monday Night Raw. JBL returned to Raw a couple of weeks ago. It introduced the WWE Universe to an all-new Baron Corbin. The WWE Hall of Famer will return to the Red Brand with an Invitational Poker Tournament next week. WWE announced that JBL will introduce fans to the tournament next week on Raw. JBL and Baron Corbin were seen playing poker during a previous episode of the Red Brand. It says here, and I quote, WWE Hall of Famer JBL raises the ante when he holds an invitational poker tournament. Don't miss all the action of Raw this Monday at 8/7 Central on USA. End quote. That's what WWE said. Plus, Matt Riddle and Elias will challenge for the Usos' undisputed WWE Tag Team Championships. Now, the winners of the match will defend the titles against Drew McIntyre and Sheamus on SmackDown next week. The card for Monday Night Raw so far are the Usos versus Matt Riddle and Alliance, undisputed tag team champions, and then we got the Invitational Poker Tournament, as I just mentioned 4 minutes ago. I got some news on what happened after SmackDown went off the air. Now, Friday Night SmackDown was a solid one from the top to bottom. Fans were clearly happy with what they got to see. That carried on after the camera stopped rolling as well. The show saw Santos Escobar lose to Ricochet in the finals, the SmackDown World Cup, and also featured Tegan Knox returning to help out Liv Morgan against Damage Control. After this week's show went off the air, Matt Riddle, Braun Strowman, Madcap Moss, and Liv Morgan beat Legado del Fantasma, Dame Priest, and Zelina Vega in the dark match. This was certainly a treat for the live fans who stayed late. This week's show certainly set up quite a few future storylines. Now it remains to be seen how WWE will be capitalizing on its momentum right now. For the time being, it is certainly good to be a WWE fan. Yes, it is certainly good to be a WWE fan. Do you guys like SmackDown this week? Shout off in the comments. Now, Tammy Lynn Cinch files motion to delay pretrial hearing for DUI manslaughter case. Tammy Lynn Cinch somehow always finds herself in trouble with the law for one reason or another. WWE Hall of Famer continues to get jailed and makes a mockery of herself even now. In fact, she filed a motion regarding her DUI case recently. As previously reported, Cinch involved in a fatal three-car crash. The driver of the vehicle hit by Cinch, identified as Julianne of Daytona Beach Shores, was transported to Halifax Health Medical Center, where he was pronounced dead. Due to this, Cinch was arrested, as it was determined that the wreck was her fault. And that was just the start of it. Steven, who was representing her, requested to withdraw from the case. She then found herself requesting a public defender in her case because she is broke. So, according to court documentation obtained by PW Insider, the public defender representing her in the case filed a motion in Florida asking for her next scheduled pretrial hearing to be pushed back. For the time being, the court has not yet ruled on the motion. So we'll have to see what will become of the WWE Hall of Fame. My source of Ringside News will monitor updates on Cinch's ongoing legal issues heading to trial. She'll let me know something, hope. Ringside News will let me know something. They should. We already went over the title match that was going to be added to the card for Monday Night Raw, so we're not going to go over that. We'll skip that. There's some news on the Elimination Chamber. There's the 2006 Chamber. WWE Elimination Chamber 2020 is essentially a sellout. I'm talking in my sleep now. Funny. Says here that WWE is always looking ahead for their next biggest premium live event, especially concerning next year's quota of events. It was officially confirmed that the Elimination Chamber Premium Live event will be held on confirmed. It was especially concerning next year's quota of events. Now, WWE is always looking ahead of their next big events, especially concerning next year's quota of events. It was officially confirmed that the Elimination Chamber Premium Live event will be held on February the 18th, 2023 from the Bell Century in Montreal. Now it seems the event is already a sellout, judging by ticket sales. This will be the first premium live event in Montreal since Breaking Point 2009, and the first special in Canada since SummerSlam. Ticket demand was already high, and now the results speak for themselves. According to WrestleTix, the show is now effectively sold out after the general public sale on December the 2nd. It was added that only the expensive official platinum seats were left. Elimination Chamber will be final pit stop until before WrestleMania 39 on April 1-2 at California's SoFi Stadium. We will have to wait and see what the match card will be for Elimination Chamber next year. What's y'all's take on the story? Let me know. There's some news on the Bloodline. Corey Graves claims the Bloodline is more compelling than the NWO. The Bloodline have been dominating SmackDown in WWE since their inception 2 years ago. They have defeated almost everyone in their quest for gold. Currently, almost all members of the group held a precious title. Their dominance has placed them on the same level as some of the most popular factions, should I say, over the years, like the Shield, Evolution, and NWO. Comparisons are often drawn by the Bloodline and the above-mentioned factions. Recently, Corey Graves joined in comparing the Bloodline to the NWO. During a episode of his After the Bell podcast, Corey compared the Bloodline to the two by claiming that they were more compelling than the NWO. Says here that, and I quote, "These guys are going to run this place for the foreseeable future. There are so many exciting ways that this could go. And I dare say this is more compelling situation than the NWO because of the reality behind it. When I say they are as deep as they are dangerous, I mean it with every fiber of my being. I judge about these guys consistently They're my favorites on screen, but they're also a lot of my favorites off screen. I truly believe everything that they do, but for my money right now, Bloodline is well on its way to pretty much being as hot of an act that endures the test of time in this business, second maybe only to the NWO, said Corey Graves. End quote. The Bloodline is currently engaged in a feud with the Brawling Brutes on SmackDown. While the Bloodline has gotten the better of the Brawling Brutes in the past, fans are hopeful that Sheamus' recent resurgence will result in him dethroning Roman Reigns. Sami Zayn reveals when WWE first planted seeds for the Bloodline angle. The former Intercontinental Champion's act of loyalty gained him percentage from all the members, including Jey Uso, who had initially been unhappy with Sami Zayn's induction into the group. Sami Zayn recently revealed on how the story with Roman Reigns actually begun. He spoke on this with Peter Rosenberg. Says here, and I quote, I won't pull the curtain back too much. The idea was kicked around about a year ago, a good 6 months before the seeds were even planted on screen. The first time I think there was any altercation between myself and the Bloodline was just after WrestleMania in nationality. The idea was first discussed going into Survivor Series of last year. I was doing this whole thing on SmackDown where I was the longest tenured member as the locker room leader. I thought it'd be something interesting with the locker room leader and head of the table. He goes on to say, the premise being the head of the table isn't in the locker room anymore. I wasn't originally envisioning being a full member of the Bloodline or anything like that. Just something to where Roman and I can occasionally get on screen together in a light-hearted way. I'm giving him these reports of what's going on and what he needs to be careful for. Every once in a while, I get things kicked my way too. That was sort of the idea. End quote. Peter Rosenberg also asked Sami Zayn if this was something he had pushed for. And Sami Zayn goes on to say it was talked about with Roman Reigns as well. We were sitting at catering one day. I heard an interview that he did with Ariel Hawaii, where he was very kind towards me and saying nice things about me as an on-screen character, and he'd like to do something down the road with me one day. We got to talk, and I don't remember exactly how it went, but it was a mutual thing. End quote. Sami Zayn was welcomed as the official member of Roman Reigns' family during the recent episode of Friday Night SmackDown. It'll be interesting what is in store for the honorary Usos moving forward. Could either continue to stay a part of the Bloodline for a long time or strike at them when they least expect it. Do you guys think Sami Zayn will betray the Bloodline in the future? Let me know. And that's going to do it for your WWE Saturday Midnight News. Now we're going to go over your AEW Midnight News, guys. Yeah, we don't have much of it. We got a little bit of it to go over. We don't have much of it. So we're going to start with the AEW news on AEW bringing back the Diamond Ring Battle Royal. So AEW is bringing back Diamond Ring Battle Royal next week, which will be this week. This is this week coming up. There have been 3 Diamond Ring Battle Royal contestants, and MJF has won every single one of them. big matchup is returning to AEW Dynamite next week. AEW announced that a battle royal to determine the next wearer of the patented diamond ring will take place on the December the 7th, 2022 edition of Dynamite. AEW World Title Eliminator Tournament winner Ricky Starks is entering the matchup as well, which doesn't make sense to me when he's already getting a title shot. Plus, Jamie Hayter will sit down with Tony Schiavone for an interview since winning the AEW Women's World Championship. I can't wait to see that at the Full Gear pay-per-view event. And then we'll get to see Casanoli and Wheeler Yuta go at it against Daniel Garcia and Jake Hager. More matches are being booked for that show, by the way. Kenny Omega addresses fans after AEW Dynamite. After the show, Kenny Omega cut a passionate promo for the fans' attendance. The wrestling god thanked the fans for coming to the show and enjoy professional wrestling. This is what he said in his promo. For me, my good time was being able to perform in front of you guys. It's something I've been missing for 9 weeks or so. Before then, yikes, about 9 months. Crazy to think about it. But today, as I able to cut loose, not only with you guys, but with some of my best friends in the whole wide world, these guys right here, end quote. The Elite will once again take on Lucha Bros in the 4th match of their series at Winter is Coming, a couple of weeks from now, which will be this coming week. What's y'all's take on this story? And of course, I'll be live for the AEW Dynamite Watch Along, of course. So the AEW Trios Tag Team match was booked for Winter is Coming. And the card for Winter is Coming is MJF versus Ricky Starks for the AEW World Championship and the Elite versus Death Triangle. Match 4 in best of 7 series. Now, there's a call for Tony Khan to create AEW Hall of Fame. Now, I'm not sure why I'm not sure why somebody like Ric Flair wants that. AEW has undergone numerous changes over the course of the past 3 years. The company is still quite young, but it has already featured numerous legendary pro wrestlers. In fact, even Ric Flair wants Tony Khan to create an AEW Hall of Fame. See? I don't know why. The fans regard as one of the pro wrestling legends, and no one can dispute that fact. Flair is no stranger to being inducted into the Wrestling Hall of Fame, as he is a 2-time WWE Hall of Famer. In addition to that, Flair is a part of the NWA Hall of Fame's 2018 class, the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame's 2096 class, and the International Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame's 2021 class. While speaking on the latest episode of his To Be the Man podcast, Ric Flair called on Tony Khan to create Hall of Fame in AEW. He says here, and I quote, "I wish Tony would start a Hall of Fame that would create a lot of interest. Do it based on people who he thinks were good in the history of the business, not just guys from AEW the last 3 years." End quote. Guess we'll have to wait and see whether Tony Khan ends up introducing a Hall of Fame for AEW somewhere down the line or not. Perhaps it will probably happen in the distant future. Maybe. There's some news on why Chris Jericho was missing from AEW Dynamite this week. A lot went down on last night's AEW Dynamite. Or should I say, this past Wednesday's Dynamite. Fans got to see the return of Adam Hangman Page. MJF revealed a new AEW World Championship belt. Even got to see Bow Wow make an appearance. Nobody gave a caring in the world about that. I didn't either. Although it was from a screen. But Ring of Honor champion Chris Jericho was nowhere to be seen throughout the night. The explanation for the Ocho's absence on last week's AEW Dynamite is that he is currently busy touring with his heavy metal band, Frozy, in Australia. While AEW Dynamite was taking place in Indiana, Jericho was rocking it out on a sold-out show in Australia. the Ring of Honor champion has quite a relationship with music, because earlier this month he was recognized as the Broad on the Masked Singer. Chris Jericho's last matchup took place during the November 23rd edition of AEW Dynamite, where he defeated two-time undisputed British heavyweight champion, six-time never openweight champion, and former Ring of Honor TV champion Isiah. That was quite a bloody match, so Jericho certainly deserves the time off. Fozzy's Australian tour will take Jericho to Melbourne on December 2nd, Sydney on December the 3rd, and Adelaide on December the 4th. If the Ayatollah of Rock and Roll can come out of the tour without jet lag, chances are they could catch him on December 7th episode of AEW Dynamite. All we know. For all we freaking know, man. Yep, they could very well catch him on Dynamite, man. They really, really could. Now, there's some news on Tony Nese. He signed his AEW contract 30 minutes before his actual debut. Tony Nese signed the contract with AEW last year. Fans couldn't wait to see what he could accomplish in the company. He made his in-ring debut on the November the 3rd episode of AEW Dark. While speaking on AEW Unrestricted, Tony Nese went into detail regarding his debut in AEW and the background behind it. Nese revealed that he signed a contract just 30 minutes before his debut. I quote from Tony Nese: "That was a crazy day. I was showing up to meet Tony Khan to say, hey, we were locals in Orlando. I was there to meet everyone, see if I could talk to Tony and stuff. I was standing outside of his office, just talking to a bunch of people, Adam Cole, and a couple of others. He walks out. Hey, Tony, how are you doing? I'm a big fan." Literally 5 minutes later, it's like, do you want to sit out in the crowd? I took a step back and was, you want me to be a fan? What's going on? You want me to fill seats? I was super confused. No, we're going to put you out there. We're going to make a big deal out of it. What's Tony Nese doing here? Okay, great. I thought I was just here to hang out and talk to everyone. Minutes after that, they pulled me aside, talked to me, we talked out a deal. It literally was like 30 minutes before. We're going to put you out there. You're going to sit out there the whole show. I sat out there. Luckily, nothing bad came out of this. Lance Archer had an accident for some reason. The truck's first ignition was to shoot Tony Nese. I see the red light and camera and go. Oh no, I had so many options. I could make a face. Maybe that's a meme and everyone laughs. But in my head, I don't know that severity of the situation. So the long thing I want to do is make something about me. All of a sudden, we find out that someone is badly injured. Literally, I was like, oh, I have no idea what to do. I'm staring off in the distance. Someone please make that red light go away. End quote. Nese has not been doing anything specific as of late. He's currently partnered up with Josh Williams. No, I'm just joking. Not Josh Williams. Josh Woods as the worthy athletes. We'll have to see if Tony Nese will ever get a push again in AEW or not. What's y'all's take on what he said? Let me know. What's y'all's take on what he said? Let me know. Now, Matt Hardy hasn't given up on another Hardy Boys run in AEW. Matt's veteran status in pro wrestling.
When the stakes are high at work, you're told.
Matt Hardy's veteran status in pro wrestling has made him one of the most trustworthy pro wrestlers in the business. Matt Hardy is synonymous with his brother, Jeff Hardy, as the Hardy Boys, one of the great tag teams of all time, while his brother with his DUI arrest. Matt still hasn't given up on having a Hardy Boys run in AEW. Jeff Hardy made headlines for all the wrong reasons after he was arrested for driving under the influence after leaving a Florida Dave and Buster's, where he had a concert that night. He had been absent from AEW television before then as well. Prior to that, AEW has huge plans for the Hardy Boys. While speaking to Inside the Ropes, Matt was asked about teaming with Jeff. Whenever he returns, Matt made it clear he still hasn't given up on having one last run with his brother. It says here, and I quote, "Yes, I would like to go outside as the Hardy Boys. That's how we came in. And I think we'd like to go out on that note, and we'd like to do everything we can in AEW together." It was really interesting for me. Once again, very frustrating. Starting in COVID was very frustrating. Once Jeff and I started to get our feet under us as the Hardy Boys, things happened, which was very frustrating. I was kind of lost at that time. I ended up pitching a thing to reunite, rekindle with Private Party. And that's what we've been doing. We've been doing a lot of content that hasn't necessarily lived on the TV programming all the time. It has here and there. But there's stuff with me getting them away from Andrade. Now that Ethan Page has their contract, I'm trying to make things right with them, and we're reunited. The Elevation and Dark content has been very fun. Yeah, right. It's been more like very boring to watch. And I finally want to have a great run in AEW and Jeff, and that is my goal. Whenever that happens, it happens. Until then, I am happy that I'm keeping my time busy and involved in a story on programming. There is also belief that Tony Khan firing Jeff Hardy would be the best decision. Regardless, I guess we'll have to wait and see whether the Hardy Boys will have one last one. once Jeff Hardy returns. So there's news on Pac. He wrestled due to an injury on AEW Dynamite this week. Now, while both teams put on a good showing, Death Triangle walked away with the win. However, Pac walked away with a little more than he budgeted for. During the match, Pac suffered a broken nose, revealed by Brian Alvarez of Wrestling Observer Live. He said here, and I quote, Pac has a broken nose. He has a legitimate broken nose, according to Brian Alvarez. Following the match at Full Gear, Pac would appear with a protective mask during match 2 and 3 of the best of 7 series. Death Triangle currently leads the best of 7 series 2-1 over the Elite. Now, I'm only going to tell you the viewership for last week's Dynamite. AEW Dynamite viewership failed to an all-time low. This past Wednesday, AEW brought a lot of action on Dynamite as they continued their build towards winter is coming. How did the viewership turn out on Sunday night? WrestleNomics reports that the November the 30th episode of AEW Dynamite brought in an overnight average of 870,000 viewers with a .26 in 1849 demographic. Now, before I move on to the next one, before I move on to the next WWE or the next AEW Saturday Night News, I want to tell you guys November 3rd's episode of AEW Dynamite brought in a viewership of 880,000 with a .32 in the 18 to 49 demographic. Now we can move on to the next AEW Saturday Night News here. So apparently Tony Khan let AEW stars write their own storylines on Dark. See, this is the shit that pisses me off. The talents should not be writing their own storylines on Dark. The writers, the AEW writers, should be writing the AEW stars' storylines. They should be writing the storylines for all the AEW stars, not AEW stars writing their own storyline. The AEW writers should be writing storylines for all the AEW female and male stars. That's the way I see it. But the storyline involving Matt Hardy and the firm, particularly Ethan Page, has been one of the best storylines in the company. Says Flightful. This storyline has always featured Private Party, and says Ringside News as well. Flightful Select is now reporting that the entire storyline has been put together by Matt Hardy and Ethan Page and has received positive feedback on social media. Give me a break, man. Give me a break. It says here, and I quote, one of the most positively received storylines in all Elite Wrestling is, as of late, has almost completely been on Dark and created by the talent themselves. One thing I don't watch Dark. One of the more positively received storylines in AEW Wrestling as of late has almost completely been on Dark and created by the talent themselves. In October, a story between the firm Matt Hardy started, which has also expanded to Private Party. While it's largely focused around Matt Hardy and Ethan Page, several other talent have been involved. Those that they spoke to said that Hardy and Page were excited to work together for the angle. It was almost entirely creatively developed by them. There was also a heated 3-minute backstage promo between the two that aired on Dark that we're told they and Private Party complete in one task. The angle has received positive reviews on social media thus far, and they were told it is a part of an effort. It is a part of an effort to have more stories carried over onto AEW Dark for Fightful Select. End quote. Having more storylines carry over from AEW Dynamite to AEW Dark will only help the show's popularity and provide more exposure to the rest of the roster, says Ringside News. I'm not saying this, they are. While this storyline is one of the best things going into AEW at the moment, says Ringside News again, not me. It will be interesting to see how it comes to an end. Are you guys enjoying the storyline between Matt Hardy and Ethan Page? Not really. Not my forte. Sorry. I'm not. Ring of Honor Pure title match has been confirmed for Final Battle. Both Garcia and Yuta are pit together once again at Ring of Honor Final Battle for a rubber match. Whatever the outcome may be, it looks like the rivalry is going to go on for a long time. AEW being AEW's two youngest stars, the rivalry is reminiscent to the one between Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock back in the Attitude Era. Ever since becoming Ring of Honor Pure Champion, Garcia has successfully defended the title 2 times. Let's see if he's able to do it once again at Final Battle. For more updates, I will get more updates from Ringside News. They'll probably keep me up to date what's going on with that. Now, AEW debated on how to write William Regal off of TV. MJF Regal unveiled a brand new championship during Dynamite this past Wednesday. However, MJF turned on William Regal and put him in the hospital after a vicious attack from the back. Regal was effectively written off AEW television, still talking in my sleep. According to the latest Wrestling Observer newsletter, there were a couple of other plans to write Regal out of AEW that were ultimately nixed. Says here, and I quote, there were different ideas debating, including one favored by a number of key people, although all the ideas were that MJF would end up as champion. Others were also for Regal to turn with him on Moxley. Now, then he turned back to set up MJF for Stance, set up his leaving. Others were not so heavily involved. Regal, although they still felt they needed to write him out. There were just different explanations of how to end up in basically the same direction with MJF as champion, Daniel Bryan as the next major contender, and Regal out of the picture. It is also believed that William Regal will return to WWE in a backstage role. See, we'll have to see where Regal will end up working under Triple H or not. We'll have to see, man. We will have to see. Now, CM Punk is willing to move on from AEW contract. According to the latest Wrestling Observer Radio, CM Punk is under contract with AEW, so it hasn't been brought yet. However, he is also ready to move on from his contract. Yep, that was according to Dave Meltzer. It says here, and I quote from the Wrestling Observer Radio, Punk, as of this weekend, was still on the contract. So AEW and being paid, and those close to him say the hold up on his being released is all on the AEW side, as he's ready and willing to move to his next project. End quote. From Wrestling Observer Radio, or Wrestling Observer Newsletter. AEW also isn't likely looking at buying out CM Punk's contract. Only time will tell what Punk's next project is. The WWE return rumors are certainly heating up. We'll have to wait and see if he will return to AEW or not. For now, his status seems up in the air, but also very doubtful for a return. Now, there's some more news on Royal Rumble. He had an out clause in his AEW contract. Royal Rumble's contributions to the pro wrestling world are numerous, as he has committed his entire life to the industry. Rumble joined AEW in January 2022 after being released from WWE, along with several other members of Paul Levesque's favorite staff. Rumors regarding William Regal's potential WWE return has been flying high recently. The talks are becoming more credible by the day, after he was seemingly written off of AEW television. Dave Meltzer stated why it is basically a given that Regal will return to his former promotion in the latest Wrestling Observer newsletter. The general idea is that he had a short-term deal with an out clause. Well, if he returns to WWE, he returns to WWE. If he stays there, he stays there. Maybe he doesn't like. Maybe he wanted to stay in AEW to help form the Blackpool Combat Club faction. Maybe that's the only reason why he wanted to be there in the first place. Who knows? This year, and I quote, multiple WWE sources said Royal Rumble had an out clause in his contract. Actually, the returning to WWE is basically a given at this point. Rather, it was a short-term deal, but Tony Khan let him out of his deal out of respect for him. There are many other versions going around wrestling as to what happened, but the short-term deal is the primary source story. End quote. An out clause is a stipulation in an underwriting agreement that permits the contract to be canceled without penalty. William Regal's return to WWE is a very interesting idea at this time, regardless of whether his AEW agreement was a short-term deal or Tony Khan let him out of his contract out of respect for him. It was believed that William Regal has signed a 3-year deal with AEW early this year. However, it's been reported that William Regal's contract is set to end in December. At the more this does not bode well for AEW. William Regal leading AEW does not bode well for Tony Khan and AEW. And I can't wait for JD to explain why. I'm going to let JD explain why, because he knows it more than anybody else. I can't wait to see him explain. Guys, what are your thoughts on William Regal possibly going back to WWE? I'm sorry about that. I had a connection problem. Outing. Now, AEW talent was questioning Tony Khan's booking decision. Now, on the latest Wrestling Observer newsletter, Dave Meltzer revealed that a lot of talent in AEW has questioned Tony Khan's booking decision. It seems strange that Regal was put front and center of a story living of a story living. Questions Tony Khan's booking decision. Seems strange that Ringo was put front and center of a story living. The AEW World Championship title change, only to be written off the television a few weeks later. And I quote, "But all that is fine, but I can't understand putting so much heel steam to the point of being the point man and stealing the title on Ringo when it was known by the key people. By this point, he was gone in a few weeks. I mean, story or not, the guy was leaving. A lot of talent has questioned that in the same way now that everyone knows he's leaving. As previously reported, William Regal's AEW contract was up this December. Previously, it was believed that Regal was tied in for 3, making a WWE return seem unlikely. William steps yet to be confirmed, but all signs lead to WWE. Previously, scrap spots for William Regal's exit were reviewed. The debate is becoming extremely tangled by the day. Guess we'll have to see where it goes. Now, Kota Ibushi could possibly be joining Kenny Omega very soon in AEW. Yes, he could be joining AEW very soon. Ibushi is certainly one of the best professional wrestlers in the world right now. He was involved in a lot of controversy earlier this year, leaving his New Japan Pro Wrestling status in doubt. He was also part of the Golden Lovers with Kenny Omega and was loved by many. By the looks of it, he might be leaving New Japan Pro Wrestling very soon and joining